If you think I'm burning out, I never am. I'm on fire. I'm on fire. I'm on fire. I'm on fire. Fireball. We're taking it down. 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 Now we're bringing it back. 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 I'm a fireball. All right. Yeah. Well, I must admit, I can't explain any of these thoughts racing through my brain. It's true. Baby, I'm howling for you. All right. There's something wrong with this plot. The actors here have not got a clue. Baby, I'm howling for you.
March the 5th. Gary Justice with Michael Pagano. We're bringing today's action, the doubleheader between the Bears and the Bethel Wildcats. And first of all, Michael, we're pushing about 75 degrees. This is baseball weather right here.
Yeah, and it's really nice right now. And yesterday, despite it only being about 65, it was a lot warmer here in the press box. So I'm hoping it stays like this in the press box because it's a little windy and it's not that bad out. It's a beautiful day. And it's been 2 beautiful days in a row, and it hopefully keeps up.
Well, I know the folks at home may not have given been to Johnnie LeMaster Field to describe. Right now, the sun's on top of the press box. Get it later in the day, it'll get in front of us. It'll really heat up. However, maybe the Bears' bats can heat up today. We got a lot of base hits, got base runners yesterday on the 9 innings, had 6 leadoff hitters got on base. Only able to push 1 run across the plate, though.
Yeah, absolutely. It was. There was a lot of hits. The Bears had all kinds of opportunities, honestly. Like, in the first couple innings, they had a lot of opportunities, couple double plays, weren't able to bring anybody in, and then eventually they did get the run, but even the run came on an error. And so, but yeah, we'll be seeing what they're able to do. I mean, you can't really fault them because the guy that was pitching yesterday, Marco Santa, now after his start's down to a .96 ERA. He's 3-0 on the season. 28 innings pitched. He's only given up 3 earned runs the whole year. So they gave him a battle for how good Santa was, but we'll see today. We'll see Wyatt McKee, who was playing right field yesterday.
Well, going back to the Bears offensively, they had 21 at-bats with runners on base yesterday, but only was able to score 3 runs. Only had 3 hits with those 21 at-bats. Like you said, Santa's an excellent pitcher. That makes his 3rd complete game on the season. Bethel has 4 wins. He's got 3 of those 4 wins now. One of those top-line starters in the Mid-South. But the Bears battled, had an opportunity in the 9th to tie the baseball game up. However, unable to do so. Now, the Bears have lost 3 straight games, dropped to Bluefield. Alice Lloyd now this first game against Bethel. But they battled in every single game. They're giving themselves chances, but now the Bears, it'll be a 7-inning game first and then a 9-inning game afterwards, and the Bears will be going to Jeremy Polito on the mound.
Yeah, and Polito, I've only seen him out once. I believe it was against Cleary, and I haven't seen him pitch yet here since. But, yeah, he's definitely a great pitcher. He's a senior, one of your senior leaders, and you really need him to step up and give you a big start. You saw it with Ty Crawl yesterday. Ty Crawl stepped up and had a great start for the Bears yesterday, gave his team a chance to win, which is all you can ask for. So you hope for the same from Polito today.
And, Michael, I thought Grayson Harris threw the baseball well out of the bullpen yesterday. Those two innings relief he threw also. So the Bears, pitching starting to come around a little bit there, too. Offensively, had a little different, some changes up yesterday in the lineup a little bit, a couple of different guys in the lineup. But, again, the Bears had close to 10 hits yesterday. I'm not sure what the final number was. I know they had 9 going into that 9th inning yesterday, and they got guys on base. They just got to be able to push them around a little bit. But like you talk about Bethel, they're known to how to throw the baseball. McKee is going to be another tough starter Bears facing today.
Yeah, absolutely. He's coming in with a 2.13 ERA and 2 games started, just 2 appearances. He's on 12 2/3 innings. He's also given up 3 earned runs, and it's rare to see a guy be able to be a two-way player, not just a two-way player being able to relieve, but be a starter as well. And so we'll see what McKee's able to do today.
So, again, a great day for baseball here for the Bears. Again, the weather's nice. And looking at the umpires there, Michael, we got maybe a little bit of confusion on what color vest we're going to wear today.
Yeah. We got 1 in blue and we got 2 in black. And I know it's going to be hot out there because it looks like they're wearing coats. But, yeah, we'll see it. I'm glad to see 3 umpires. You usually only see 2. I'm assuming because it's a conference game, they give you 3. So that is good to see. And the more eyes on the field, the better.
Because especially when you have a two-man umpiring crew, there's a lot goes on during a baseball game. It's hard to keep up with every single thing. But, yeah, so the 3-man crew is a big help, and it's good that the Mid-South Conference has put that in a rule, and all the teams definitely agree to that. And also found out something today, Michael. We mentioned the first game is a 7-inning game, and the second game being a 9-inning game. Coach Anderchuk told us this, that actually if the first game goes 9 innings – because you go in extra innings, the second game becomes a 7-inning game.
Yeah, and it does make sense. Yeah, it is. It is a good thing that they're able to do, and it does make sense because it does. It happens, obviously, sometimes where that 7-inning game will go into extra innings, and then we will see. We'll see if that is the case today, but we are about to, I believe, get started on our starting lineups, and our great sports information director, Alec Morgan, was able to get it to where we'll be able to hear the PA, so you're going to be able to hear the lineups before we're even able to tell them to you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Johnny for today's Mid-South Conference baseball matchup between the Wildcats of Bethel University and your University of Pikeville Bears. UPIKE and the Mid-South Conference are committed to promoting character-driven intercollegiate athletics. The Bears are committed to the NAIA Champions of Character program through the 5 core values that NAIA embraces. We ask for your help in creating a positive, competitive environment for all our players, coaches, officials, and spectators. Please enjoy today's contest. Now it's time to meet the starting lineups. First for the visiting Wildcats. At third base, number 9, Jose Olmeida. At second base, number 6, Kendrick Olson. Batting DH, number 23, Jacob Foster. At first base, number 22, Logan Beecham. At catcher, number 7, Yvonne Vega. At shortstop, number 11, Luis Aristude. In right field, number 2, Noah Hawkins. In center field, number 8, Brian Catala. In left field, number 1, JT Morgan. Pitching for the Wildcats, number 20, Wyatt McKee. The Wildcats are coached by Rusty Thompson and assisted by Nick Thompson and Lee Whitaker. Now, let's meet the starting lineup for your University of Pikeville Bears. In center field, number 1, Tyler Breeze. At shortstop, number 2, Jared Kirkman. At second base, number 7, Tyler Maynard. In right field, number 9, Noah Helton. At third base, number 24, Eduardo Bayo. Number 4, Sammy Torres. In first base, at first base, number 20, Anthony out. In left field, number 11, DeMarco Miller. At catcher, number 17, Mikey Swales. Pitching for the Bears, number 27, Jeremy Polito. The Bears are coached by Cody Andrewchuk, assisted by Tyler Russell and Kevin Justice. Now we ask that you please rise or remove your hats for the playing of our national anthem.
And we're closer to playing a little baseball today, Michael.
Yeah, absolutely. We are about ready to get going as Jeremy Polito and Mikey Swales are about to get things started. But like you said, about as nice as a day as you could possibly get here at the Johnnie, and I don't think anything is going to affect that.
No, so let's set the stage here defensively for the Bears. In left field be DeMarco Miller. Playing center field be Tyler Freeze. Noah Helton played right. Bayo at third, Kirkman at short, Maynard at second. Houck will play first. Swell's doing the catching, and you mentioned Jeremy Polito, the senior from California, on the mound. Sammy Torres will move into the DH spot today for the Bears. And then offensively for And then for the Bethel offensively, Almeida, Osborne, Foster, Beecham, Vega, Aristrud, Hawkins, Catala, Morgan, and McKee on the mound. The only change from yesterday is McKee played right and hit like Michael was talking about earlier. He will not hit today. Hawkins will man right field for the Wildcats. So Bethel comes to game 4 wins, 6 losses. They're 2-2 in the Mid-South Conference. The Bears 8-14 now, and they're 1-3 in the Mid-South Conference. So it'll be a great opportunity today for the Bears. Good weather, playing at home. Try to get things right, get off this losing streak. Excuse me.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, Bears are coming into this one 1-3, but like I said earlier, senior on the mound. He's coming into this one having 3 games started. He's 1-0 on the season, 15 1/3 innings pitched and 12 strikeouts, and he will be looking to give the Bears a big-time start right now.
So leading off for the Wildcats will be the third baseman, Almeida. Raises his average up to 400 after their performance yesterday.
So Almeida yesterday went 0 for 4, but he did have a walk and he also had a strikeout. So, but from what I remember, he had a lot of hard hit balls. He hit one off, or actually didn't hit one off a crawl. He hit one to crawl, and Crawl was able to catch it at the mound.
Pitch efficiency there. Almeida tries for the bunt single. Polito showing his ability to field his position. 1 pitch, 1 out. And that'll bring up Kendrick Osborne, the second baseman, up to 370 on the season. He's drove in 4 runs.
Now, Osborne yesterday was 2 for 4 with a run scored and an RBI.
So Polito, 1 pitch, 1 out to get the game started here for the Bears. Rocks, fires, fastball called strike 1. So Toledo got to a quick start.
Yeah, something always you want to see from a starter is to get in a good rhythm. We've talked about it before, getting in that rhythm and staying in it, because it's once you get out of it, it's hard to get back into it.
So another fastball, another called strike, and Toledo immediately back on the rubber, getting a sign from Mikey Swales. 0-2. He shakes off the sign from Swales. Now he gets the pitch he wants. Rocks, fires. Changeup swung on, popped up. Be off the Hoops Family Athletic Facility. And we'll do all 0-2 all over again.
Yeah, not only do you want to get in a good rhythm if you're Toledo, but you also want to throw strikes. I mean, it's one thing to get in a good rhythm and be moving quickly, but you also got to make sure you're throwing strikes and letting the guys hit it or striking them out.
Toledo rocks, fires, fastball a little bit further up the zone that time. Unable to find the strike zone. Run the count to a ball and 2 strikes. Appreciate you guys tuning in to the UPIKE Sports Network. Toledo rock, fire, 1-2, swung on, change up off the end of the back. Bayo fields the baseball, strong throw over to Howe for a 5-3 put out. 2 up, 2 down for Toledo so far, Michael.
Yeah, and we talked about it a little bit yesterday, just me and you off the air, was Bayo has played a lot of different positions this year. He's played first base. He's now played third base. I know he can catch if he needs to, and I'm sure he could play somewhere else if they need him to, and that's great to have a player like that to be able to just be a utility guy. He's also DH, so he has been a good player for the Bears so far, and he shows off his skills right there.
Breaking ball missed low and outside, ball 1. Bring up Jacob Foster, the DH. He's 250 on the season. He drove in 7. Fastball missed low and out. We're in the count to 2 balls, no strikes.
Now, this is a guy that I was thinking yesterday is somebody you don't want to mess with. I mean, he's batting third for a reason, but he's also 6'4", 205, and you can definitely tell he can put one over the left field fence in a hurry.
Fastball finds the zone that time, runs the count to 2 balls and a strike.
We saw it with St. Francis. They had a lot of big guys on their team as well, and they were able to hit really well.
Breaking ball swung on and missed. Good pitch from Toledo. Run the count to 2 balls and 2 strikes, 2 outs. If you folks tune in to the UPIKE Sports Network, you know that's mean deuces wild here in the top of the first. Breaking ball, did it go? And first base umpire said no, he didn't. I run to count to full, 3 balls and 2 strikes. If Foster's able to reach, the first baseman Beecham will step into the box. Toledo finds the pitch he wants. Rocks, fires, 3-2 delivery. Fastball high and outside. That'll be the first Bethel Wildcat to reach base.
So staying on that thought about offense is one thing I've noticed is not only at the NEI level but at other levels is it's all about hitting. I mean, yes, you want to have some – well, you need to have some good pitchers, but you also got to be able to hit the ball. Otherwise, you are not going to be able to win games. We saw it against Bluefield on Tuesday. I mean, the Bears hit the crap out of the ball, but Bluefield scored 14 runs, and it's hard to win when you're giving up 14 runs, but you also got to be able to win games like that.
Toledo rocks, fires, fastball swung on and missed. Toledo's got a little extra giddy up on that fastball today. Toledo being a California kid, he probably likes this warmer weather.
Yes, absolutely.
0-1 delivery upcoming to Beecham.
Beecham yesterday went 2 for 4 with an RBI.
That fastball missed high and in.
And Beecham was the one that doubled down the left field line in the inning where I believe Bethel scored a pair of their 3 runs.
Foster running at first has yet to attempt a stolen base on the season. So you got a 1-1 count on Beecham at the plate. Breaking ball ends up hitting Beecham. So now with 2 outs, a walk and a hit by pitch will put runners on first and second. That's going to bring up the catcher, Yvonne Vega.
Yeah, I didn't even know if that got a piece of Beecham or not. I know it got a piece of Mikey Swales right in the chest protector, but it must have got a piece of Beecham.
Yeah, it must have been something where it maybe bounced off of him. I'm not for sure, but it didn't look like. I know they've been doing more of an emphasis if he didn't make an attempt to get out of the way of the pitch. It doesn't look like he was leaning over the plate, though, either. Must come off the elbow. But however, I'll bring up Vega on the season. He's hitting .219. He's drove in 4.
Vega also with an RBI yesterday on an RBI ground out.
Toledo's first pitch was this low and outside. So Toledo retired Omeda on the first pitch. The next batter grounds out to Bayo. Then a walk, a hit by pitch, Now it's 1-0 here to Vega. Let's see if Polito can finish out a strong first inning, though. That fastball missed low and outside. Runs the count to 2 balls and no strikes.
And one thing I noticed about Vega defensively was him and Santa worked really well together yesterday, and we'll see how he works with McKee, but they were on the same page throughout the whole game, and there's a reason Santa threw a complete game and only gave up 1 run.
Swung on, popped up. That's going to be over the press box, and that'll be run the count to 2 balls and a strike.
And that's something that I don't think catchers get enough credit sometimes is it's not only the pitchers throwing it to you, but you're working with them, trying to get them to throw it in the right spot, trying to just make sure they throw the right pitches at the right times, and you're not always calling the pitches, but I could just tell Vega and Santa were in sync yesterday.
I definitely agree with you there. 2-1 delivery coming from Polito. Break ball called strike 2. Now you can tell quickly the umpire's zone is a little bit higher than it was yesterday, but your job as a hitter is to pay attention where he's calling strikes and adjust to the umpire's zone. The umpire is not going to adjust to your zone. You adjust to his. So we got deuces wider and top of the first. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. 2-2 delivery coming from Polito. Breaking ball missed low and outside. That runs the count to full.
Yeah, now if you're Polito, you got to be a little bit more careful. You got a base to give, but you also know the runners are going to be running on the pitch. And so anything hitting the outfield, they're going to be scoring. So you got to try to make your best pitch here.
3-2 delivery. Nope, he's going to go inside to see if Foster may have left early. He didn't. As Michael was talking about, they would be going on the pitch. No hold at first base. Hackle play behind Beecham. 3-2 delivery. Fastball swung on and missed. Polito will retire Vega to end the top half of the first. We'll go to the bottom half. The Bears will be having Freeze, Kirkman, and Maynard. You're watching Bears baseball on the UPIKE Sports Network, presented by Appalachian Wireless.
Dramatic fools, neurotic to the bone, no doubt about it. Sometimes I give myself the creeps. Sometimes my mind plays tricks on me. It all keeps adding up. I think I'm cracking up.
Welcome back to the Johnny. We go to the bottom half in the first inning, and Michael, in that top half, I thought Polito looked really sharp. You know, hey, he did walk a batter and hit a batter, though, too, but the other 3 hitters he faced, 1 pitch, 1 out, got a ground ball to Bayo, and then struck out Vega to end the top half.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's a great job by Polito to work out of the jam and give the Bears a chance to get the momentum early and put up a run.
Yeah, because you talked about there, because it was a 3-2 pitch. He struck out Vega on, and that's really had a battle in that bat with Vega. But, you know, now it's the Bears offensively. Yesterday, again, they had through the 9 innings, I mean, to have 9 leadoff hitters, 6 times they had people reach base, but they was only able to score 1 run. And like Michael was talking about during the pregame, that was scored on an error as well, too. So hopefully Freeze can start this game off like he did yesterday, lead off game 1 with a single. Maybe he can do the same thing today.
Yeah, absolutely. Freeze has done a good job. Like I've mentioned before, he's batting leadoff for a reason. I mean, they want to get him on base. I think he's got 30 hits on the year. He's had a great season so far, and we'll see if he's able to get on. But one thing I want to mention once again about McKee is he's listed as an outfielder, a catcher, and a pitcher, and that's a rare thing. I mean, you don't see many catcher-pitcher combinations, but you also don't see many people that can also play the outfield. So I'll be curious to see how McKee does, especially as a freshman.
Fastball swung on and missed by Freeze. Freeze hitting .326 on the season. He leads the team with RBIs of 16. McKee, in these 12 innings this year, already has 14 punch-outs, having over a strikeout per inning. Fastball swung on, fouled off. Vega hangs on to it, though. Quickly, no balls and 2 strikes.
Makes me wonder if McKee came in as more of a pitcher or more of a position player. But nonetheless, I mean, he started both games, one in the field, one at.
Swung on, hit the sword center field. That baseball hit well. However, the center fielder, Katala, will squeeze it for the first out of the inning.
Coming
Nice
up to
job
bat,
by
number
Freeze hitting
2,
with 2
Jared
strikes.
Kirkman.
Still found the barrel. I'll bring up Jared Kirkman, playing short today, hitting .235 on the season. He has a home run. He's also drove in 10 runs on the season.
Yeah, one thing I know me and you have talked about before is as an outfielder, it's not easy to catch a ball like that. I mean, it's not way up in the air. It is right at you, and it's coming on a line. And you got to be able to keep on it, and Katala did a great job, make it look easy.
Changeup called strike 1. McKee, a freshman out of Kentucky, breaking ball outside, ball 1. McKee's from Butler County High School. That's in Morgantown, Kentucky. Just a freshman as well. 1-1 delivery. Fastball missed high and inside. McKee's quick on the mound, also with Polito. He gets the baseball, he delivers it, and hops right back on the rubber.
That's what you like to see.
1-1 delivery. Breaking ball swung on off the end of the bat towards the left field. Be a foul ball. Trying to count the 2 balls and 2 strikes. That's where Kirkman probably widen the stance, hopefully choke up. And we talked a lot about that this year, Michael, where you have an opportunity, just put the bat on the ball, avoid the strikeout, make the defense make a play. 2-2 delivery upcoming. Fastball in the dirt, run the count to full.
Yeah, one thing I always think about with that, and something I heard on the MLB Network I was just watching the other day, is you just got to hate to strike out. I mean, that's something that's changed a lot. I know back in the 80s and 90s and 70s, not many guys struck out. I know Tony Gwynn, I think, had one year where he struck out like 23 times in 162 games. But now guys strike out all the time as Kirkman walks.
Did a nice job checking his swing on the breaking ball. And that will be the first base run for the Bears on the afternoon. I'll bring up Tyler Maynard, leading the team with a .388 average. He also has a home run, 15 RBIs, has an on-base percentage of .426. So the sophomore from Lawrence County continues a great career. Had a good season last year for the Bears, and that's continued this year.
Yeah, and to finish that point real quickly is just hating to strike out and not just basically swinging out of your shoes even with 2 strikes, because you see guys in the MLB that even with 2 strikes, they're still trying to hit a home run, and that's not really what you want.
1-0 delivery coming from McKee. Rocks, fire, swung on, fouled off. It really gets into the analytics side of things. I believe now they're talking about swing for the home run, because they say it's harder to get a base hit now because the defenders are better. Try to hit it over the defender. So they'll take the strikeout as long as you hit more home runs. But, you know, being a baseball guy, I prefer putting the baseball in play, make the defense make a play. 1-1 delivery upcoming to Maynard. Swung on, fouled off. Looked like Maynard wasn't committed to that swing. Ball had a little drop on it at the end. I think Maynard saw a fastball coming in, the ball dropped. He already had the barrel head going, unable to hold it up. So it'll be a ball and 2 strikes. 1-2 delivery coming. Fastball just outside. McKee dropped sidearm on that one. A little different look from Maynard. 2 balls and 2 strikes. So hopefully our guys that are on deck will pay attention to that. Noah Helton on deck for the Bears. Hey, you get 2 strikes, he'll go to that sidearm for a little punch out.
Yeah, and you see a lot of guys do that, especially in the MLB, is they'll do anything they can to try to throw the hitter's timing off.
Kirkman will take off. Maynard will strike out swinging, and Kirkman is going to be so Kirkman will have to return to.
So they said it was batter's interference. So Maynard must have swung and gotten in the way of the catcher. And then with him doing that, that's going to make Kirkman out, because I think Kirkman would have been safe had that not been the case. So Maynard was out regardless, and I believe that is what they were saying, is that with the batter's interference, Kirkman becomes out as well.
Well, the thing is, because they pointed to go back to first base, I thought they may return the runner. So I was thinking he pointed back to first base. I thought he may return the runner from second back to first, but no, since Maynard was swinging a miss for the out, then that runner will be called out as well. So it's a quick inning for the Bears offensively. A fly out a walk, a strikeout, and then the batter's interference. So we'll go to the top of the second inning. Still tied at 0. Since we're halfway through this inning, I guess we just keep it right here, Michael, where now the Bears are going to come out and respond again, keep on throwing more zeros up the board to give their offense a chance to work. McKee is impressive. He was impressive that first inning. Throws the baseball, had good velocity on the pitches. Drops down the sidearm and gives you a little different look. He's a crafty for a freshman.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he had a great inning there for the Bears, and got a little bit lucky with the batter's interference. I think, like I said, I think Kirkman would have been safe at second, but nonetheless, something you don't see a whole lot.
Definitely agree with you on Kirkman. I think he was going safe as second. To bring up the shortstop, Aristrud, hitting .267 on the season. He's got 5 RBIs. Polito's first delivery missed outside, ball 1. Again, spring break for the University of Pikeville students this week. 1-0 delivery coming from Polito. Fastball called high and out. That'll be 2 balls, no strikes. I see our athletic director Kelly Wells in attendance today. He's down the right field line supporting the Bears. 2-0 delivery from Polito. Breaking ball missed outside. Runs the count 3 balls and no strikes.
The unfortunate thing about it being spring break is that means there's not too many people in the stands on a day where there probably would have been.
They would have loved it. 3-0 delivery coming from Polito. Fastball called strike 1. Strude tried to influence that call, but the umpire said no, sir, it's strike 1.
That is something as a player I always tried to not do, was never assume it's a strike.
And the fly ball lifted out to right field. Hilton will find it, squeeze it for the first out of the inning.
And never assume it was a ball, actually, because that is one thing. Now, it could be a myth, and umpires might not care, but I always thought that if you showed up the umpire, they were going to find a way to get back at you.
Let's bring up Noah Hawkins, the right fielder. He's still looking for his first hit on the season. This will be his 8th at bat. Swung on and missed, strike 1. So Polito's continued to be sharp so far. 1-0 to swung on, put down third baseline. Polito field throws. 1-0. He beat it out at first base. Bang, bang play. Nice play by Polito, though, to even make that play close. Field baseball barehanded through from the side. However, Hawkins gets his first hit of the season. That puts a runner at first base. Now we'll bring up the center fielder Catala, hitting 190 on the season.
Yeah, you mentioned it before. Pitchers are a lot more athletic than people give them props for. That is not an easy play, and for Polito to even give that an opportunity, a lot of pitchers wouldn't be able to do that. And another guy is Nolan Fernandez. Having played a year with him, he was another guy that was very athletic. He was able to hop off the mound and make a lot of plays that you wouldn't think he would have been able to make.
Hawkins got a good size lead over at first base. So Polito dig in now. First pitch up coming to Catala. Shows a bunt. He offers at it for strike 1. Catala thought he pulled back. I think it was a foul tip is the reason why it was called strike.
Yeah, if Catala is bunting here, he is bunting for a hit because there is no reason for him to bunt on a sack because that would just make 2 outs and
That's
really
true.
not. I mean, you would still have a guy in scoring position, which makes sense, but I wouldn't think that you would want to bunt and give up an out.
Again, of course, the game's already short because it's just a 7-inning game as well. But like with 1 out already in the inning, you still want to you're bunting for a base hit here. So Bale will play in the grass here at third base. 0-1 delivery coming from Polito. Breaking ball, and Catala bunting for base hit once again. He'll foul it off for a second consecutive time. Run the count to no balls and 2 strikes. Unlikely to be bunting a third time.
Yeah, and you could definitely tell he was bunting for a base hit there because if you're sacrifice bunting, you were holding it there and you were trying to get it. But you could tell Catala kind of came back and was trying to slap it down the first base line and unsuccessful.
Polito will throw it one more time, check on Hawkins.
And Catala, being their center fielder, clearly has enough speed to beat out a bunt base hit.
Hawkins running at first base, sophomore from Jonesboro, Arkansas. 0-2 delivery coming from Polito. Rocks, fires, fastball, missed low and outside. Run the count to a ball and 2 strikes. So Bayo will still be playing close to the grass here at third. You got Kirkman and Maynard playing double play depth. And 1-2 delivery coming from Polito. Breaking ball just outside, even the count of 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Polito will come set. A little bit quicker toss that time over first base. Polito will get his sign from Swells. Hawkins runs, ball in the dirt. Swells unable to get a throw off. Hawkins pick up his first stolen base of this season. And run to count to 3 balls and 2 strikes on Cantala. The left fielder Morgan waiting on deck. So Polito went 3-2 on Vega in the first inning, struck him out. Let's see what does Catala here in the second. Fastball swung on, fouled off.
Yeah, Bethel's definitely making Polito work a little bit here. And now with that stolen base, he got 2 chances rather than just 1 to try to bring him in from second, as obviously we saw Catala trying to bunt for a base hit earlier.
Catala digs in. Polito will check the runner at second base. And for the second time today, Polito strikes out a hitter on a 3-2 count. That'll be the second out here in the top of the second inning. And I'll bring up Morgan hitting 194 on the season. He has a home run and drove him 4.
And you better have some confidence in your breaking ball if you're going to throw it on a 3-2 count, because that is a tough thing to do.
Definitely a lot of confidence, and that's a good sign. Polito, 3-pitch pitcher, a fastball, curveball, and change. First pitch to Morgan, fastball missed high and outside. Again, Polito had got a start over the weekend at Lindsey Wilson. Pitched well. The box score does not look like he pitched well, but the defense struggled a little bit in the game he pitched. They threw the baseball extremely well. 1-0 delivery from Polito. Rocks, fires. Swung on, fouled off, and Swells does a nice job hanging on to a foul tip. One of the harder things to do in baseball. I never have to do that, Michael, but I know you caught.
Yeah, and it's one thing where it happens or it doesn't. If you caught it, great. If you didn't, there was really nothing you could do. That's how I always looked at it, was you just got lucky sometimes.
1-1 delivery. Breaking ball in the dirt. Swells blocks the baseball, but Hawkins will advance from second to third. Nice piece of base running from Hawkins as soon as he saw the baseball in the dirt. He advances from second to third to bring a runner closer to home, but it runs the count to 2 balls and a strike on Morgan.
Yeah, and we'll give him a wild pitch on that one, and that's something where a lot of runners will go. If they see a ball in the dirt and you have some good speed, you just go for it.
2-1 delivery, high. Top the lineup for the Wildcats, waits on deck. The third baseman, Almeida.
Because it's one of those things where you're not going to go if the ball doesn't go in the dirt. So it wouldn't be a stolen base, but nonetheless, a great job by Hawkins giving him a chance.
3-1 delivery. Fastball swung on and missed from Morgan. So this will be the third full count of the day. And the first 2 times, Polito's recorded strikeouts. This time it's a single up the middle, and the Bethel will take a 1-0 lead on the single, and that would be Morgan's 5th RBI on the season. I'll bring up the third baseman, Almeida. He was retired on a 1-3 putout last time.
Yeah, it was a great job by Morgan there to stay with the right approach, go up the middle, 3-2 count. He got a good pitch to hit, and he did exactly what Bethel needed to get a 2-out hit.
Nice communication between Polito and Bayo just now. Polito reminded Bayo he tried to put a bunt down last time. Fastball swung on, fouled off. No balls and a strike. Also, that communication is key there between Polito and Bayo, is who's going to be covering the third base line. Because more than likely Halka's going to stay at first. Polito is probably going to cover the first base line, and Bayo is going to cover the third base line as far as a bunt.
Curious to see if Morgan might run here.
Fastball missed high and out. 1 ball and 1 strike. He's yet to attempt a stolen base, but you're right, though, because if he gets thrown out, he's still at the top of the lineup leading off next inning.
But Mike Swales has definitely shown an arm back there behind the plate and has made it hard on opposing base runners. I think we saw him throw somebody out yesterday.
It did, and he threw him out early in the game. It kind of stopped the Bethel running game a little bit, too, especially when you have a catcher be able to retire and out early in the game. Makes the coach change their game plan sometime. Morgan, nice job getting back in the bag. I think he was beat going to the bag, but Morgan lays on his side and reaches with the left arm around the tag. Again, the umpire right on top of the play, too. Fastball called strike 2.
And you'll have a lot of coaches will tell you about having active feet on the bases. That's exactly what Morgan does because you got to be ready to go for anything. I mean, we saw with Hawkins, he ran on a ball in the dirt. If you don't have active feet, you're not going to be able to go on a pitch like that. You're not just going to be able to go from standing.
Swung on and missed. Polito pick up his 3rd strikeout of the game. Now we'll retire the Wildcats here in the second. However, they're able to pick up a run to lead this one 1-0. We go to the bottom in the second with 4, 5, 6. Do it for the Bears. Be Hilton, Bayo, and Torres. Watching Bears baseball on the UPIKE Sports Network, presented by Appalachian Wireless.
It was a beautiful day. Sun beat down. I had the radio on. I was driving. Trees went by. Me and Dell were singing. Little Runaway. I was flying. Yeah, running down a dream that never would come to me. Working on a mystery, going wherever it leads. Running down a dream. I felt so good, like anything was possible. Hit cruise control and rub my eyes.
Coming up to bat, number 9, Noah Helton.
Welcome back to the Johnny Go to the bottom of the second inning. Bethel scores 1 in the top half of the second to lead this one 1-0. Hilton will dig in, the right fielder for the Bears.
Helton's somebody that ever since he's come back from his injury earlier in the year, we've seen him get better and better as the games have gone on. He had an RBI double earlier in the week against Alice Lloyd. He had another hit yesterday that brought Maynard home. It wasn't an RBI because Maynard scored on the air, but nonetheless, he's still been consistent in getting a hit in almost every single game.
First pitch is fouled off, no balls and a strike. McKee will rock fire. That one's on from the sidearm delivery. He'll tap to the first baseman. Beachman fields it. Close play at first base. They retire Hilton 3-1.
Yeah, great job for McKee there to be able to get off the mound and make the right route and be able to get over there. That's something that pitchers do almost daily at practice, working on getting over and getting off the mound and getting over to first base.
So, I'm sorry, go ahead, Michael.
I was just going to say that there is a certain angle you got to take, too. You're not just going straight. There's a little, they call it like a banana, that you're going around and getting to the base.
McKee will rock fire to Bayo. First pitch is low, ball 1. Bayo has been hot lately. He's averaged up to 290. He's drove in 5. Hitting from the left side against the right-handed pitching. Fastball missed high and outside, 2 balls and no strikes. Hitting 290 on the season, on base percentage of .436.
Yeah, he's been solid. He's been swinging the bat real well.
Swung on, fouled off, actually leads the team in on base percentage. So 2 balls and a strike. Fastball miss outside, so McKee again dropping to that sidearm delivery. Why a right-hander does that is you get a little tail on the baseball running away from the left-handed hitter. That's 3 balls and a strike to Bayo. Fastball, outside corner, strike 2. That fill it up.
And it gives the batter a different look and makes it just a little bit tougher if you don't know what angle it's going to be coming from.
3-2 delivery. Fastball missed high, and Bayo walked for the 12th time on the season. And I'll bring up Sammy Torres, the Bears DH. Torres hitting 125 on the season. He drove in 2. But now he got a start in one of the games at Lindsey Wilson. He had a couple hits in game 3.
Yeah, we've seen him in there a couple times. He played against Bethel as well, not Bethel, against Bluefield as well. He was behind the plate in that one.
Bayo's 3 for 3 on the base paths. Off-speed pitch called strike 1 to Torres.
And Torres is another guy like Bayo that can really play wherever you need him to. I mean, Torres can catch. He can play in the infield. He can DH if you need him to. And it's just great to have guys like that.
0-1 delivery coming from McKee. Fastball swung on and miss. And quickly, it's no balls and 2 strikes on Torres. Torres, a sophomore from Puerto Rico. Chemistry major. Wants to become a pharmacist. 0-2 delivery coming to Torres. Fastball missed high and outside. A ball and 2 strikes. Anthony Houck waits on deck for the Bears. Off-speed pitch. Fouled off down the third base line. And we're going to do 1-2 all over again. With McKee walking Bayo, that's only the 5th free pass that McKee's given up on the season. 1-2 delivery coming to Torres. Time caught at the plate, though. Michael, starting to see a few fans starting to fill in Johnnie LeMaster Field. Got a few. Enjoying a beautiful day here in downtown Pikeville. 1-2 delivery. Fastball missed high and outside. Rounds count even at 2. Key comes set. Checks on Bayo. Swung on, fouled off. Nice at bat going on here, Michael, to Torres. He's doing a good job fouling a few things off, staying alive.
Yeah, definitely. That's exactly what you want to see, and just be able to put the ball in play because like we talked about before, it's better to put the ball in play and strike out and just make the defense work.
2-2 delivery up coming from McKee. Checks on Bayo. Ball in the dirt. Torres unable to check his swing, and McKee will retire Torres swinging. I bring up Anthony Houck, the senior first baseman, hit 179 on the season. He's drove in 9. On-base percentage of .353 as he's walked 10 times. He's been hit 1 time as well. And a former Mid-South Freshman of the Year.
Yeah, and this is one of those spots where it's nice to obviously have people in scoring position, but you also got to be able to hit guys in from first base and just come up with big hits, and that's exactly what the Bears need in a situation like that, and that's something that they've been struggling a little bit with.
First pitch called strike 1. Breaking ball inside. Run kind of even, a ball and a strike. Breaking ball in the dirt. They're in the count the ball, 2 balls and a strike. If Houck's able to reach to Marco Miller, we'll get a crack at McKee. Swung on. Nice play by the second baseman Osborne over to Almeida. Now, that's Allistrud is the shortstop. My apologies there. However, the Bears are retired here in the bottom of the 2nd inning. And we'll go to the top of the 3rd. Bethel leading this one 1-0. Watching Bears baseball on the UPIKE Sports Network, presented by Appalachian Wireless. We'll go back to the Johnny. We go into the top of the third inning.
Coming up to bat, number 6, Kendrick Olson.
Bring up the second baseman, Osborne. He was retired out of ground out to Bayo last time. First pitch, fastball outside corner, strike one.
Something we've seen from Bethel is they are not afraid to lay one down. We saw them lay multiple sacrifice bunts down yesterday. They also had a bump base hit thrown in there, and today they've shown quite a few bunts.
Swung on, fouled off, strike two. And you know there's a key area yesterday during the game, one of the bunts. When Ty Crawl picked up and threw it in right field, which allowed a couple base runners to move up multiple bases. Yeah, Bethel definitely using that small ball approach versus the long ball.
And that is definitely something that's gone away in baseball, so it's nice to see when teams do that.
0-2 delivery, swung on, tapped down third baseline, foul. The Bayo will return the baseball to Polito. We'll do 0-2 all over again. Great camera angle from a man Meissen on the camera today. So Polito will get his sign from Swells. 0-2 delivery upcoming. Swung on, hit the Maynard to second. Sets his feet, throws over to Haug for the first out of the inning. 4-3 put out. And I'll bring up Foster, who walked his last time up. Little rock fire breaking ball called strike one. Foster, a senior from New Johnsonville, Tennessee. Oh, 1 delivery. Breaking ball swung on and missed for strike two.
Especially so far this inning, Polito has been looking really good. I mean, he's looked good so far throughout, but this inning he was really in a good rhythm.
He'll get his sign from Swells. 0-2 delivery upcoming. Fastball high. I'll be off the UPIKE Gymnasium.
And he got a great piece of that one for going the other way. That one looked like it might have had a chance. That'd have been fair, which was nowhere close. But
he got a barrel on it, that's for sure. 0-2 delivery upcoming. Change up, miss low. It'll be a ball and 2 strikes now.
If you're Polito, you want to keep trying to make as good a pitch as possible because you're up in the count. You don't want to make a mistake.
Breaking ball swung on, popped up. Hack will give chase and be out of play. So we'll do 1-2 all over again. Beecham waits on deck for the Wildcats. 1-2 delivery upcoming. Breaking ball missed low and outside, leaving it at 2. Breaking ball missed high. Nice at bat from Foster. And he drew a walk last time.
We've seen Polito go with a breaking ball on 3-2 so far. We'll see if that's what he does here.
Swung on. Hard hit to Bayo. Recovers, knocks it down. Unable to get a hand on and make a throw across the diamond, though. Hard hit ball to Bayo. Unable to come up with it. I bring up Beecham. He was hit by a pitch last time.
Yeah, it was a great job by Bayo to be able to knock it down. Just wasn't able to get a good grip on it. And we saw Foster a little gimpy after running in there, but looks like he'll be all right and be able to stay in.
Yeah, Coach Thompson checked on him and gave him a thumbs up, though. Short lead at first base. Breaking ball swung on, fouled off. So no balls and a strike here in the top of the third.
And we saw Beecham get hit in his last at bat.
Breaking ball swung on, fouled off. Swells hangs on to it. Runs the count to no balls and 2 strikes. Polito's got 3 punch outs on the afternoon. Throw over just in case. Nothing happening. Swung on off the end of the bat this time. And Beecham continues to battle.
One thing we've seen from Polito is he's gotten ahead in count almost every single at bat. He's not necessarily kept himself ahead in the count every time, but he has definitely been getting ahead of hitters.
Fastball missed low and outside. Run the count to a ball and 2 strikes. Changeup missed low and outside. Run the count to even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. The catcher Vega waits on deck.
And if you're Polito here, this is kind of what you want to limit. I mean, you get to see him get ahead 0-2, and then now you're back to 2-2, and you're back to having to make some really good pitches.
Breaking ball swung on and missed. That'll be the 4th punch out of the afternoon for Polito. I guess he listened to you, Michael. That was a really good pitch right there.
Yeah.
I'll bring up Vega, who struck out swinging last time.
I just think sometimes as a pitcher, when you get ahead 0-2 or 1-2, you think you got plenty of time, but then next thing you look at is 3-2, and you gotta make a good pitch. Not that you don't have to make a good pitch when it's 0-2, but you can give one.
So we got a runner at first base who reached on an error by Bayo, and they'll bring up Vega, who struck out swinging last time. First pitch to Vega, strike 1.
Yeah, and that strikeout by Vega was a big one in the first inning. I believe there was runners on first and second, and Polito got Vega on, I believe it was a breaking ball.
Polito rock fire breaking ball, strike 2. Now Vega's not locking the strike zone, but he is the catcher, so he should have an idea where the strike zone is right now.
And this is where Polito, you need to make if it's not this pitch, you got to make your best pitch next pitch and at least get Vega to put it in play.
Fastball swung on, popped up down the left field line. Miller calls for it, squeezes it for the 3rd out of the inning. So Polito retires the Wildcats, and the Bears will be coming up to bat. Wildcats leading the Bears 1-0. As we go to the bottom third, you're watching Bears baseball on the UPIKE Sports Network, presented by Appalachian Wireless.
Welcome back to the Johnny. We're in the bottom of the third inning. Bethel leading this one 1-0.
DeMarco Miller.
Be 8-9-1 for the Bears. Miller, Swells, and Freeze. Miller on the season up to 239. Top for the team leading home runs with 2, drove in 9. And if he gets on the bags, he's one of the team leaders with stolen bases. He's a perfect 6 for 6. Key Rocks fires ball in the dirt, ball 1.
Yeah, McKee's held the Bears hitless so far, but he has given up 2 walks. So the Bears are looking to try to put one somewhere in the outfield and get some runners on.
Swung on. Hit foul down the third base line. Strike 1. A ball and a strike.
And Miller's definitely a guy for the Bears that can have a strong day anytime. We saw, I was there at the game against Alice Lloyd. He put one over the left center field wall, and he definitely has some pop. Not necessarily the biggest frame, but he's got a lot of pop.
So with 2 balls and a strike, the umpire reminded DeMarco to be sure to stay in the box, and he does. Swung on, hit up the middle, nice play by the shortstop over to the first baseman. Beecham, he has 6-3 put out for the first out here in the bottom of the 3rd.
One thing I've noticed about the Bethel infield is they are solid. They make a lot of good plays. And we saw in the very last play yesterday, it would have been Olmeida over there at third base. I forget who was hitting for the Bears, but it was basically yes, and it was a slow grounder, and Olmeida barehanded it and threw him out. And Freeze can run, and it was a great play.
Swells first pitch swinging, pops up to the shortstop, and he squeezes it for the second out of the inning, and the Bears are quickly 2 up, 2 down. Now bring up Tyler Freeze, who flew out to center fielder Catala last time.
Number 1, Tyler Freeze.
Yeah, and Freeze had a 2-strike count on him in that last at bat, and he was able to get a really good piece of it, but Catala was able to make the play out there in center field, but it was not without a little bit of difficulty.
Key Rocks fires, pitch missed low and outside, ball 1, ball no strikes. Fouled straight back. Run the count to 1 ball and 1 strike.
Now the Bears have kind of flipped the script a little bit here so far in this game. They had a lot of opportunities yesterday. Today they have not really had any opportunities so far, and unfortunately for them, this is the 7-inning game, and we're about to head into the 4th.
2-1 count to Freeze upcoming. Fastball miss outside, be 3 balls and a strike.
And if Freeze gets walked here, he is definitely a prime candidate to try to steal a base.
Swung on, hit up the middle. Shortstop unable to come up with it. Freeze will reach first base. We'll get the official scoring on that one. That'll be the second error of the day against the charge of the Wildcats. We'll bring up Jared Kirkman. Kirkman 1 for 1 on the afternoon. But Kirkman walked last time?
He sure did.
He walked, yeah. Breaking ball missed low and outside. Cody. 1-0 count upcoming to Kirkman. Swung on, jam job. Second baseman Osborne a call for it, squeezes it for the 3rd out of the inning. And that will retire the Bears in the bottom half. And we'll go to the 4th with Bethel leading this one 1-0.
Yeah, Polito's going to come out for his 4th inning of work for the Bears, and he has been very solid so far.
So Polito, Michael said, will begin his 4th inning of work here for the Bears.
Yeah, 69 pitches so far for him.
Throwing the baseball well so far. About 4 punch outs through the first 3 innings.
Yeah, both pitchers so far have been very solid for both teams. And for the Bears, though, the 1 run on the JT Morgan single up the middle on what I believe was a 3-2 count. And I think there was 2. There was 2 outs as well. So Polito nearly able to wiggle out of it, but good job by Morgan.
So it will bring up 6, 7, 8 for the Wildcats here in the 4th. Aristrud, Hawkins, and Catala. Aristrud 0 for 1 on the afternoon. Polito rocks, fires, fastball swung on, hit down the right field line. It's going to be a slice out of play off the gymnasium. So it'll be strike 1.
Yeah, one thing we mentioned before is there's not a lot of foul ground over here, so there's all kinds of balls going off of the UPIKE gym and the hoops facility over there.
0-1 delivery coming from Polito. Change up. Miss low and outside. 1 ball, 1 strike.
And I say this, and I'll probably be wrong, but this is one of the spots where you can park your car almost anywhere and you're not going to get hit. Now, I know there's a parking lot back there, but you'd have to really foul it back pretty far to get close to hitting a car.
Aristrud will foul that one off. It'll be strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. You're definitely correct. Your car's pretty safe around the UPIKE baseball field. Breaking ball swung on and missed for the 5th punch out of the afternoon for Polito. He's going to bring up Hawkins. He got his first hit last time as for the Bethel, got his first hit of the season, I should say. Ended up stealing the base and scoring a run. Polito rocks, fires, fastball, called strike 1. 1 ball, no strikes. Breaking ball, strike 2. Hawkins reached on that bunting single last time. Bang, bang play. Polito made a nice play athletically off the mound. Hawkins beat it out, though, and now it's no balls and 2 strikes.
Yeah, I couldn't think of what the bunt was, but now that you say that, I do remember.
Fastball swung on. I didn't mean to interrupt you there, Michael. That'll be the 6th punch out of the afternoon for Polito. His strong outing continues.
Yeah, and this is what you want in a shortened game like this, just 7 innings. You want your pitchers to be solid and giving your team a chance to win because you only have so many chances.
Bring up center fielder Catala for 1 on the afternoon. Breaking ball swung on, hit past Bayo at third base. Catala around first base, going into second. A throw will come into the shortstop Kirkman, but Catala with a 2-out double for the Wildcats. They'll bring up the left fielder Morgan, who singled, as you talked about, on that 3-2 2-out pitch to drive in Hawkins for the only run of the game. And now Morgan has an opportunity to drive another run in.
Absolutely. He was able to poke that one up the middle in his last at-bat and get that RBI, and now I would think Catala is going to pretty much score on anything in the outfield. They're going to be sending him because he can run. So Morgan in another good opportunity.
First pitch from Polito to Morgan. Fastball swung on, popped up. Maynard calls for it. Squeezes it for the 3rd out of the inning. That retired Bethel here in the 4th. They pick up a 2-out double from Catala. However, Polito retires the side. So we'll go to the bottom half of the 4th inning with Bethel leading this one 1-0. You're watching Bears baseball on the UPIKE Sports Network, presented by Appalachian Wireless.
Bad, bad, bad. No plan, no Atari. I won't play with you for nothing. I can eat you like hibachi, cause you bad, bad, bad. I just took the doors on the guinea, now I'm riding and I'm sliding in the sideways. Now she call me her zaddy. Reach, that by my daddy, a new petty. Got a model, got a think he got a BM, got a stallion, got a $1 billion corporation. Yeah, I got millions to go get in the couple. Yeah, you my dog till we dead, not a question, but I can't. like I want, got you ready. Got $1 million in the wall in the bank, got it. Stepped on, got it hard, got it cracking on her. $500,000, I just did a warm up for $500,000. I can buy the building, I can rent it out of saving for the children. I can that'll give it to the villains. Somewhere they can hide when they do some killing. All of the rides got grenade ceilings. Loaded with a ride, cost a cool million. Rose gold seat on a helicopter, double C, no Chanel, cause she's bad, bad, bad. Riding out a socket, I can cuff you on the Rari, let you ride it, now you're rap, and you're bad, bad, bad. No plan, no Atari, I won't play with you for nothing, I can eat you like a
Coming up to bat, number 7, Tyler Maynard.
Welcome back to the Johnny as Tyler Maynard digging the box for the Bears. And the Bears, the scoring has been changed. Freeze will be credited with a base hit. So it'll be the first hit of the day for the Bears. So they're off the snide there. However, Michael, you just talking about Polito had a pretty quick inning that last inning.
Yeah, just 9 pitches for him. And as Maynard's going to rip that one into right field, and he's going to get a double.
As Hawkins misplays out in right field, Maynard will go into second base. And Coach A's going to tell him to stay right there. And Maynard will be the second hit of the afternoon for the Bears, and the Bears will have the first time they had a leadoff hitter reach on the afternoon. Yesterday was 6 for 9. Today we got to the 4th inning before they had their first leadoff hitter. Trailing 1-0. Now you have 4, 5, 6 coming up. Opportunity. I don't think Hilton's going to be bunting here, but however, it's an opportunity to drive a run in.
Yeah, absolutely. The Bears are in prime time opportunity now. I mean, really anything Helton can do here, he will move Maynard over to third base other than hitting it to short or to third.
McKeel comes set. Fastball swung on, hit towards Hawkins out in right field. Maynard's going to tag. No go. Hawkins, a strong throw coming in. Nice throw. One hop all the way to the third baseman.
And as soon as I say that, that's another thing that Helton could do. I mean, he got a good piece of it, but unfortunately it was just a little too shallow to where Maynard wasn't going to be able to tag. And you saw Maynard, he was just a little bit off the bag as well, so he had to run back to the bag. And by the time he got to the bag, the ball was already in his glove, so he really had no chance to try to tag. And I think if he would have, he probably would have gotten thrown out.
So Bale walked his first time.
So it's a tough break for the Bears, but they still got 2 more cracks at it.
Both, Hilton and Maynard double, and then Hilton hit the baseball hard. They're seeing it pretty well right now. Key rocks, fires, fastball ends up hitting Bayo, so he reached for the second time of the afternoon a walk and hit by a pitch.
And that is something I know Bayo wasn't necessarily leaning in, but that's something they'll teach you is to tuck and turn. And that took me a long time as a player to be okay with doing that, because I hated it when I first learned. I was like, why would I tuck and turn? But you'd get yelled at if you didn't tuck and turn, and then eventually, after a while, I figured it out, and I wouldn't move.
He had a little bit more padding in those areas when you tuck, right? Yeah. So runners are first and second, and bring Torres, who struck out last time. Breaking ball called strike 1. Anthony Houck waits on deck for the Bears. Torres was struck out on swinging on a breaking ball in the dirt.
And if you're Torres here, I wouldn't be – obviously you want to hit one in the gap and get a double, but hitting one on the ground somewhere is not the worst thing as long as it's chopper.
Swung on, hit pass with the shortstop. That'll be the second hit of the inning, the third hit of the day for the Bears. However, the shortstop, Aristrew, did a nice job keeping the baseball close to the infield where Maynard was unable to score.
Saved a run, yeah.
Saved a run. I'll give him Houck, who last time hit the baseball extremely hard, but the second baseman was able to come up with it to retire him at first base. So Coach Thompson's going to come out and talk to his freshman right-hander as the Bears have runners that have the bases full. And 1 out.
So Houck with a good opportunity for the Bears. And he's in sack fly territory.
No strikes though, are they? So it's long talk at the mound. The umpire says, all right, guys, let's break it up. Let's play a little baseball. And And Coach Thompson, as the umpire, will jog back and be behind home plate.
Now, as good of a spot as this is for the Bears, it's also a little tough because anything on the ground now, you're in prime double play spots. So if you're Hauk here, you want to try to lift it somewhere and try to get it in the outfield and let Maynard have an opportunity to tag up.
Key Rocks fires fastball high and inside, ball one.
Because you know that they are going to be going home on the corners. They're going to let it. They're going to go for a double play in the middle infield, but they're going to be going for home in the corners.
Breaking ball called strike one, a ball and a strike. Now Hauk is a double play candidate. He's grounded to his fair share of double plays, so definitely want to get the baseball to the outfield. And our SID Alec Morgan had a lot of room on that right side. Let's see what happens here. Breaking ball inside. It can count to 2 balls and a strike.
One thing about Hauk, though, is he is a senior, so he's been in this situation before, and this is what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to be a senior leader, and you're supposed to be able to come up in opportunities like this.
Fastball swung on and missed. Hauk tried to make this one a 4-1 ball game. Left swing. That runs the count even, though 2 balls and 2 strikes. Now be Hauk. We'll have to widen the stance, choke up here, still try to drive a run in.
That's exactly what he needs to do. Even if he grounds it now, just do anything but strike out.
Swung on, popped up. Hauk did a nice job to shorten up on the swing there and putting the ball out of play, spoil the pitch, because each time you extend the at-bat, it's also another chance of a wild pitch, a pass ball where Maynard can score there, make the pitcher keep on making pitches. 2-2 delivery upcoming.
This is where the Bears would needed to be better, and this is the great opportunity to do so.
Fastball swung on, hit down the right field line. Nice job, Alec Morgan. Maynard will score. Bayo is going to try to score. Play at the plate, he's safe. Bears leading this one 2-1 as Anthony Hauk comes up with a 2-run single down the right field line. I think Alec Morgan has a little earpiece in Anthony Hauk's helmet. He said, hey, right field line. They listened to him, and the Bears take the lead 2-1. So I'll bring up DeMarco Miller. Miller's 0 for 1 on the afternoon. The Bears still in business here. As Michael, they got runners at first and third, only 1 out now. And, of course, a different player at the plate now because Miller has got some good wheels. Torres running at third base. I don't think Hauk's much of a threat to runner at first base. Keo Rock fire swung on, hit to the shortstop. He'll go to second base for the out there. Nice play by the second baseman Osborne. However, Torres scores. It makes the 3rd run of the game for the Bears. Miller will reach on their fielder's choice. I bring up Swales, who popped out to the shortstop last time.
That's kind of tough luck there for DeMarco Miller because in a normal at-bat, that's a base hit. But then in that at-bat, that's a fielder's choice.
But we drove the run in, though.
Yes, absolutely. So he gets the RBI there, and it is 3-1 now, Bears.
So Swells will dig in, facing McKee. Swells had a hit yesterday in game 1. Ball in the dirt gets past catcher Vega. Can't find it. Miller will advance to second. And that'll be ball 1 on Swells.
Yeah, that one got under Vega. He probably should have been able to come up with it, but
starting to see some action too, Michael, down in the right in the visitors' bullpen. I see the women's head basketball coach Clifton Williams in attendance today too.
Yeah, something I don't know if you mentioned it yesterday, but they did advance the NAI tournament.
Playing Indiana Tech, I believe, correct?
Indiana Tech, 30-2 on the season. They won the Wolverine Hoosier Athletic Conference in Michigan, around Michigan.
That's a mouthful.
Yes, it is.
They've won it 4 years straight, Alec Morgan says. One ball, 1 strike on Swells.
That game will be taking place on Friday.
Fastball just off the plate, 2 balls and a strike. Definitely want to wish the Lady Bears the best of luck.
They'll be traveling to Dayton, Tennessee. Didn't know there was a Dayton, Tennessee. I knew there was a Dayton, Ohio, but they're going to be playing on the campus of Bryan College.
Expanding your horizons this week. 2-1 delivery upcoming. Swung on, fouled off. Deuce is wild here.
See, Mikey Swirl's going with the no batting gloves look today. I don't think I've seen that yet so far this season from him.
A little bit warmer temperatures. I guess that hand's not going to sting as much in the warmer weather, right?
Yeah. I still could never do it.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Miller get his lead from second. Ball in the dirt gets past Vega. Miller going to try to advance. He does so safely. As the umpire had fell down, hopefully he's okay. He said he's fine, it's good. Outfield the count up at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Nice job by the third baseman, Almeida.
Yeah, just able to keep it in.
So 3-2 delivery upcoming to Swells. Swung on, hit to the second baseman Osborne, fields it in the backhand. Throws over to Beecham for the third out. However, the Bears score 3 here in the bottom of the fourth, take a 3-1 lead. You're watching Bears baseball on the UPIKE Sports Network, presented by Appalachian Wireless. Top of the fifth inning, the Bears leading this one 3-1. And you know, Michael, that inning, they got the big hits they couldn't get yesterday, and we ended up with 3 runs.
Yes, that was a huge inning for the Bears, and now if you're Polito, it's exactly this kind of situation you want to be in. I mean, your team gives you a 3-1 lead. This is where you got to step up and continue to pitch well, especially you're in the 5th inning now of just a 7-inning game. You're in a great spot here if you're the Bears.
1, 2, 3, do it for Bethel. Almeida, he's 0 for 2 here in game 2 of the series. Fastball inside corner, strike 1. So action continues in bullpen for Bethel. Swung on, hit past the diving Tyler Maynard. Hilton comes up with the baseball, gets it back into Maynard.
Yeah, so good job for Almeida there, getting it through the right side and gives him a base runner.
That'll be the 3rd hit of the day for the Wildcats. Bring up Osborne, the second baseman, 0 for 2. You mentioned Osborne had 2 hits in game 1 yesterday. Almeida is 5 for 6 on the base paths this year. Shows bunt, puts the bunt down. Polito fields. He'll go to first base for the first out of the inning.
Thought for a second Polito might have been trying to go to second, but he doesn't.
I'll bring up Foster, who's walked. He's 0 for 1 in the afternoon, including a walk, I should say.
Every time something like that happens, I think of Moneyball, where Billy Bean / Brad Pitt says, don't try to be a hero and throw to second. They're giving you an out. Just take it and thank them. That's exactly what Polito did.
Polito will rock, fire, breaking ball, outside ball 1. Never can tell what you're going to get when you tune into the UPIKE Sports Network.
That is one of my all-time favorite baseball movies is that. Not quite my favorite, but it's up there.
1-0 delivery coming from Polito. Outside corner, strike 1. But it's true, though. You think about it. Why go for the hero play? Just get the out.
Yeah, especially because if you go for the hero play, you also have a lot more.
If you're unsuccessful, then you have 2 runners on, nobody out, right?
And you could, I mean, you're going to be rushing it. You might throw it in the center field.
1-1 delivery coming. Breaking ball swung on, hit towards left center field. That baseball is deep, and that baseball is over the left field wall.
And we got a tie ball game.
And it tied it up. Foster goes big fly. That's his first of the season. He's drove in 9 now. And Polito hung a 1-1 curveball, and Foster deposited it over the left field wall. He's over the Williamson development sign, and we're tied at 3.
Yeah, and that was something I was going to mention, was that if you're Foster there, I know I've said it a couple times, but like, there's a reason you're batting third, and that's what you're expected to do. Not necessarily hit home runs, but come up in an opportunity like that, a RBI opportunity, and come up big. It's exactly what Foster did, and he ties the ball game up.
Beecham 0 for 1 on the afternoon. He's been hit by a pitch. First pitch from Polito, 1-0. So Bethel definitely got some momentum right now. We're tied at 3. Fastball just missed, running the count to 2-0.
But if you're Polito now, that clears the bases, and you got an opportunity to try to work out of it, limit the damage, and give the Bears, I mean, you're tied up. It's just a new ball game.
Fastball, called ball 3.
But also, if you're Polito, you got to just take a deep breath. There's nobody out there. This is your inning. You got to be able to work out of it.
3-0 delivery coming from Polito. Fastball caught strike 1. Yeah, you can't let the last pitch affect the next pitch. That's hard. It's easy to say, hard to do.
Very hard to do.
Time is called as the ball gets out of the bullpen.
So the wind's starting to pick up here.
So 3 balls and a strike. Fastball outside corner, strike 2. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. It's a big pitch coming from Polito here. Swung on, hit up the middle. Kirkman fields it, spins, throws to Houck, who's unable to come up with it, and it gets into the dugout. And Beecham will go on to advance to second base. On the throwing error.
Yeah, good job by Kirkman, able to knock it down, but unfortunately threw it away. But we are going to give Beecham a single there, and he does advance on the air by Kirkman.
So that will bring up Vega to the plate. 0 for 2 on the afternoon. Runner second base now, 1 out. Tied at 3 in the 5th. Breaking ball, change up in the dirt. Nice job, Mikey Swells. Don't see his mom and dad in tents. I'm sure they're tuned in, though. I'm sure his brother Matthew is watching in. One of the biggest Bear fans that we have. A ball, no strikes. Fastball missed high and outside. 2 balls, no strikes.
Still nobody getting warmed up for the Bears. So Polito, you really just got to, like say, got to bear down, or at least that's what I always heard, was you got to bear down and just get through the inning.
Swung on, hit the bail off him. Kirkman fields it.
Some tough luck there for Polito. Was hit hard, but now it's first and second as Coach A is going to go out there and talk to his right-hander.
Yeah, it's a good time right now to go and talk with him and just kind of settle things down. Outside the home run, they really haven't hit him hard. And I think Coach A is talking to the defense right now, let them know, hey, we've got to support the pitcher here. So it's kind of a quick trip from Coach A. It's going to bring up the shortstop, Aristrud. He is 0 for 2 on the afternoon. Tied at 3 here in the 5th. The Bears, Bethel scores 1 in the 2nd. The Bears score 3 in the 4th. Bethel responds with 2 here in the 5th, and now they have runners at first and second and only 1 out.
Good thing, though, is Bethel's been hitting the ball on the ground a lot, and if they do that here, there's a lot of opportunities for double plays for the Bears.
So Polito will come set. Gets a sign from Swales. Breaking ball called strike 1. Polito rock fire fastball outside corner strike 2. Looks like we're going to have a pinch hitter for Hawkins, next hitter as well.
Yeah, that's number 16. That is Peyton New, just a freshman. Saw him hitting BP. He's got some pop.
0-2 delivery coming from Polito. Fastball missed high and out. Not a bad spot to miss there.
Polito's now up to 92 pitches. Actually, 95, excuse me. That was 92 before this at bat.
1-2 delivery. Polito will come set. Now he'll deliver. Break the ball in the dirt. Swales did a nice job behind the plate.
Yeah, really good job by Swales, saving a run.
If you'll notice his technique, too, he does a great job of smothering the baseball. He creates an angle where the ball will hit. It'll come right back down in front of him. A lot of times catchers want to block straight up, and the ball can ricochet anyway. He creates that angle here to keep the baseball in front of him. 2-2 delivery coming from Polito. Fastball swung on, hit to Kirkman. 6-4. Halkinade would come up with it, but that's allowed Beecham to score.
Yeah, it's a tough break for the Bears. They get their ground ball and everything works perfectly, but just a little bit too low on the throw, and Houck tries to get it, unable to do so, and like you said, Beecham comes in.
Yeah, so what happens there, that's something there up here out of the dugout. I think Coach Hay wanted him to throw the baseball. Sometimes maybe made her a little hesitant to throw that baseball. Got short of the first base. Eventually we're going to have a pinch hitter here, but as a first baseman, it's hard to do. Sometimes as first base, you want to go and scoop. A lot of coaches will teach you to have your hands like pillows. Just receive the baseball, just ease it in. Like I said, this is Peyton New, 6'5" kid.
Yeah, just a freshman.
Fastball caught strike 1. So the Bears' 3-1 lead was is dwindled away to a 1-run deficit now, as Bethel responded with 3 here in the top of the 5th.
Fortunately, the Bears have not been helping themselves defensively.
Change up to S outside, ball and a strike. I agree with it, especially this inning. We've struggled with the baseball if you just make the routine play. So Polito has the baseball. Rocks, fires, fastball misses out, high and outside, run the count to 2 balls and a strike. I mean, you can't assume a double play on that one. He should have had that one, though.
You think so?
Yeah.
I was going to say, I don't know how that works. I think you could just say UE.
2-1 delivery, swung on and missed from New. We've got Deuces Wild here in the top of the 5th. Bears trailing this one 4-3. Two delivery coming. Change up, swung on and missed. Polito retires New. However, the Wildcats score 3 here in the top of the 5th to take a 4-3 lead. You're watching Bears baseball on the UPIKE Sports Network, presented by Appalachian Wireless.
job. I work hard for my money when it's blackjack. Baby, meet me out back. We're gonna boogie.
Hawkins will re-enter the game, go back to right field after a new hit for him. We got a new hurler on the mound. Michael, tell us a little bit about him.
Yeah, it's Brandon Armour, number 14. I believe he's just a freshman. He is freshman from Paris, Tennessee. He's actually listed as just a middle infielder, but his only appearances this season look to be just on the mound. So actually, that's not true. He has had 4 at-bats, but nonetheless, he is into pitch. He's had 5 2/3 innings pitched, giving up 3 earned runs. He's had 4 strikeouts and 1 walk. So just making his 3rd appearance ever as a Wildcat.
So top part of the lineup for the Bears do appear in the bottom of the 5th. Freeze, Kirkman, and Maynard.
Desperado.
So if you're the Bears, you did a good job giving
A man whose heart is hollow.
Polito the lead, but now you got to be able to get it back. You're facing another freshman, and I mean, it's not always the case, but if you're a freshman, you're still getting used to it. So it's an opportunity for the Bears to jump on a young pitcher.
Off-speed pitch called strike 1. Swung on off the end of the bat toward center field. Baseball, Catala traveling a long distance to squeeze it. I'll make Freeze 1 for 3 on the afternoon. I bring up Kirkman, who's 0 for 1. He also has reached base via walk. So through 4 innings, well, 4.5, Bethel's got 4 runs on 6 hits. They haven't committed an error. The Bears 3 runs on 4 hits, and Michael, of 4 costly errors so far.
Yeah, and a couple of those runs have been unearned. Let's see how many have been. Yeah, three of the 4 runs. Actually, excuse me, for the Bears, 3 of the 4 runs have been earned. There's 1 unearned run in there.
So we got some action going in the bullpen for the Wildcats. First pitch to Kirkman, miss. It's called strike 1. Kirkman thought pitch may have been high.
Yeah, and you see Armour, he's coming in firing.
Breaking ball swung on off the end of the bat. Osborne calls for it. He'll squeeze it for the second out of the inning. Looks like Nolan Fernandez going down to the pen for the Bears to start throwing. I bring up Maynard. He doubled last time. He ended up scoring as well. I think it may be his only hit of the afternoon. It is 1 for 2. I see our defensive coordinator, Chris Elliott, in attendance with his fine-looking family. Fouled off.
Armour is throwing all kinds of strikes, which is exactly what you want to see for the Wildcats. I mean, he might earn himself another inning if he gets out of it right here. I know there's another pitcher in the bullpen right now, but Armour is looking good so far.
Armour's got good velocity, good control. Mixes his pitches up so far. Fastball low. A ball and a strike. Breaking ball called strike 2, a ball and 2 strikes. Maynard reaches to be Noah Hilton. Fastball. They had a little giddy up on that one too.
Yeah, I mean, he is coming in not the biggest frame, but he is throwing it hard. He's making it tough. He's working quick. He's throwing strikes. He's doing everything you want. As soon as I say that, he hits Maynard in the back, but nonetheless, there are two outs.
Maynard reached for the second time of the day. Bring up Noah Hilton, who's 0 for 2 at the afternoon. I thought the last at bat, Michael hit that baseball to right field. Hit it hard as well, too, so he's making solid contact. He's got to find that ball to drop in for him.
So for Maynard, he is no Noah Helton getting hit, but that is his second hit by pitch this season.
Arm will rock, fire, breaking ball in the dirt. Maynard unable to advance. This will be the first time we've seen Armour throw with a runner on base, too. He was definitely very comfortable out of the windup. 1-0 delivery upcoming to Hilton. Swung on. Popped up left field. Morgan calls for it. And he'll squeeze it for the third out of the inning. The Bears are retired in the fifth. And we go to the sixth inning with Bethel leading this one 4-3. You're watching Bears baseball on the UPIKE Sports Network, presented by Appalachian Wireless.
Sunshine beating on the good times, moonlight racing from the grave, string band playing more of that honky-tonks, pretty young thing going dancing in the rain.
Welcome back to the Johnny. We go to the sixth inning. Beth leading this one 4-3. Polito will begin his sixth inning on the mound for the Bears. It'll be 2-3-4. Is that correct? No, I've got my numbers incorrect. I'm sorry. This will be 8-9-1. It'll be Catala, Morgan, and Almeida.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Polito on a little bit of a short leash here, as we have Nolan Fernandez out there getting warmed up for the Bears. But if Polito can work through this inning cleanly, then that is even better for the Bears.
Pitch missed outside. Catala showed bunt once again. Fastball swung on and missed. Even a count of 1-1 strike. Remember the last time Catala showed bunt several times. He also ended up getting a single to center field.
Polito does come into this inning with 102 pitches.
Breaking ball missed outside. Excuse me, Catala had the 2-out double on the left field line last time. I think it'll be fastball. Yeah, I even accounted 2 balls and 2 strikes there. Polito will get his sign from Swells. Swung on, hit towards Freeze in center field. Freeze goes back, sets his feet, squeezes it for the first out of the inning. I'll bring up Morgan.
Yeah, Morgan has one of the 4 RBIs for the Wildcats, with actually only 3 RBIs, as one of them, I believe, was just they scored on the air. So nonetheless, one of the 3 RBIs for Morgan in his first at bat.
Pops straight up, and I'll be out of play, strike 1. And that's when we come back, folks. Heads up, heads up, heads up. Had a couple of students there. Everybody's safe, though. No balls and a strike. Change up missing the low. 1 ball, 1 strike. Here in the 6th inning, Bethel leading this one 4-3. Polito takes a deep breath. Now 1-1 delivery upcoming. Breaking ball. Now it be called ball, 2-1. Breaking ball missed high this time as well. We're in the count of 3 balls and a strike. Top part of the lineup waiting on deck. Swung on, hit past Kirkman at short. That'd be a single for Morgan, bring it up the third baseman. Almeida is 1 for 3 on the afternoon. That'll be the 7th hit of the afternoon. As far as 6th hit of the afternoon for the Wildcats. So runner at first, 1 out. Time's caught at the plate by the hitter. Fastball, caught strike one. That is the 7th hit for the Wildcats. They got 4 runs on 7 hits. Barry's got 3 runs on 4 hits and also committed 4 errors. Bethel has yet to commit an error.
Yeah, Polito's up to 113 pitches now, so I think he is going to be running low on his number of batters here.
Yeah, Fernandez continues to throw like he's coming in. The first sign of trouble. Runner swells, comes up throwing to Kirkman as he throws out Morgan for the second out of the inning. So for 2 straight games, and Swells has thrown out 2 runners.
Yeah, so it's going to be a 2-6 for the Bears there.
This will be a ball and a strike. Yeah, Kirkman was waiting on the runner on that one. I think it was supposed to have been a hit and run. Coach Thompson was waving his hands. What are you doing? Swung on, fouled off. Coach Thompson continues to shake his head.
Yeah, because you kind of, I mean, maybe he missed a sign or what, but yeah, you kind of run yourself out of the inning there. You don't even give yourself a chance now.
1-2 delivery upcoming. Pitch missed inside.
And you kind of let Polito off of the hook as well. I mean, Polito's got a guy on first, and you just give him an out. Not that it's easy to throw somebody out, but nonetheless, great job by Swells as the second thrown out runner today.
Polito will get the baseball, takes a deep breath. Fastball just missed. That'll run the count to 3-2, I believe. It fills it up.
That's a big pitch for Polito. You're able to get yourself out on a good note if you're able to get him here.
Swung on, hit to Maynard. And the ball, as he's running hard out of the plate, Helton's throw to Kirkman.
Yeah, it looked like it might got a piece of Olmeda there. I think the throw got him. But nonetheless, it's going to be a 2-base error right there for the Bears.
That'll be the 5th error of the day against the Bears defense. As Olmeda did not go in sliding to second base, crashed into Kirkman. I think Olmeda got the worst of the blow, though.
Yeah, I mean, I think it got, I don't know where it got him, but I think it squarely got him somewhere. I don't think anybody knocked it down at all. I think it went right into him.
Yeah, so nice job of sportsmanship from Kirkman. Went over and checking on everybody's okay. And Coach Andertuck's going to come out.
Yeah, and that's tough for Polito. I mean, you make your pitch, you get your ground ball, and unfortunately the error is going to have him come out of the ball game with just 5 2/3.
Yeah, that is something where the defense has not helped Polito. It didn't help him really Saturday and Sunday and Lindsey Wilson, and really they haven't given much support today. And yeah, it's going to cost him the outing here. But you know, Tyler Maynard went over to his teammate and tapped him on the leg. Hey, my bad. So let's go ahead and send him to a break here as we got a relief pitcher. You're watching Bears baseball on the UPIKE Sports Network, presented by Appalachian Wireless.
I don't know what you heard about me, but if you can't get a dollar out of me, no Cadillac, no perms, you can't see that I'm a Now shorty, she in the club, she dancing for dollars. She got a thing for that Gucci, that Fendi, that Prada, that BCBG, Burberry, Dolce & Gabbana. She feed them fools fantasies, they pay her cause they want her. I spit a little G, man, and my gang got her. An hour later, had that up in the Ramada. Them tricks in her ear saying they think about her. I got the by the bar trying to get a drink about her. She like my style, she like my smile, she like the way I talk. She from the country, then she like me cause I'm from New York. I ain't that nigga trying to holler cause I want some. I'm that trying to holler cause I want some bread. I could care less how she perform when she in the bed. Hit that track, catch a date and come and pay the kid. Look, baby, this is simple, you can't see. You f***ing with me, you f***ing with a P-I-M-P. I don't know what you heard about me, but if you can't get a dollar out of me, no Cadillac, no perms, you can't see. Then I'm a f***ing P-I-M-P.
Welcome back to the Johnny. We're in the top of the 6th inning. Bethel leading this one 4-3. Almeida will reach on the 2-base error And then we change pitchers. Polito will exit the game, bringing in Nolan Fernandez, the senior right-hander from California.
Yeah, and we saw him pitch against Alice Lloyd. He had a pretty good outing. Gave up a couple hits. He actually gave up 3 runs in the first inning he came in, but then he really bared down and was able to throw the next 2 innings. And unfortunately, in his 4th inning it worked. They did win on a wild pitch. Did the Eagles, but for the most part, it was a positive outing. Now he's going to come out and has really just got to get out of this inning with no runs given up.
First pitch to Osborne is strike 1. Osborne 0 for 3 on the afternoon. I think Fernandez had 6 strikeouts at Alice Lloyd, I believe.
Yeah, I mean he was throwing it well.
Fastball outside corner called strike 2. So Fernandez come in, first 2 pitches, both strikes. Good opportunity here for Fernandez to make quick work of Osborne and get the Bears at bats working because Foster waits on deck and he hit a 2-run homer last time. Breaking ball, doesn't called strike 1. Looked like Osborne was going to turn the other way for that one, almost like turn into the baseball. The opposite of turn and tuck. A ball and 2 strikes. Hey, that's off somebody's leg. Hope everybody's okay over there. Everybody's hopping around still, so that's good.
Yeah, I think it just got the pole.
Oh, it was the pole? Okay. It was, yeah.
But a good job by Fernandez coming in and throwing strikes is what you want to see.
I couldn't see that one. The hair got in my eyes on that one. A ball and 2 strikes upcoming. I wouldn't be surprised if we fastball here from Fernandez. Low and outside, even the count of 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Like you said, Foster's waiting on deck. Tied the game up in the last inning with that big 2-run home run. He's not somebody you want to see with runners on base right now. The Bears will take him with nobody on.
Swung on, baseball hit to right field. Hilton's going to come up throwing. The throw's going to go to 4 over top of the cutoff man, which will allow Osborne to advance from first to second.
Yeah, so he's going to advance to second on the throw there.
Yeah, so that's going to be a 5-3 lead.
And that's going to be an unearned run, unfortunately, for the Bears on that error. So it's going to make, like you said, make it 5-3, and we are indeed going to see Jacob Foster up with runners on base.
So if you're scoring at home, folks, every run scored after this will be an unearned run, right?
Yes.
Because the third out should already been made. But however, now on the scoreboard, it's 5-3. Got Foster hit the 2-run homer last time. Swinging the bat with a lot of confidence right now. Fastball called strike 1. The umpire definitely has a higher zone. He called it both ways too. It's not just one, trying to question calls. He just has a higher zone.
So that is going to close the book on Polito with that run coming in. He threw 5 2/3, gave up 7 hits, 5 runs, 3 earned. He struck out 7 with 1 looking. 117 pitches.
An impressive outing. Again, I just don't think the defense gave him a lot of support today with those 5 errors. The pitch total could have been down dramatically if plays were made. Here the Bears trailing this one 5-3. Foster will foul it off and make it a 1 ball and 2 strikes.
And if Fernandez is able to get out of this, I mean, you're still in the game. I mean, you're not. There's a lot of games where you're not going to be in it if you make 5 errors. So the Bears are still in it.
So Fernandez looks into the swells. He'll come set, no deliver. Swung on. It's off the UPIKE gymnasium.
I don't know if the wind's blowing in or out. I think it's blowing in.
One, 2 delivery upcoming. Breaking ball missed high. Now even the count at 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Deuces wild here in the 6th.
Yeah, this is a big pitch for the Bears. You can't give up any more damage. You only got 2 more chances at it.
Fastball missed low and outside. I run the count to full. 3 balls, 2 strikes. The cleanup hitter, first baseman Beecham, waits on deck. Osborne will get his lead. Fernandez will check on him. Fastball missed low and outside. He tries to steal third. And he throws him out. Swells the second thrown out runner of the afternoon. Nice job of Swells and Bayo paying attention because I wasn't. Osborne is trying to advance from second, third, and Coach Thompson is not happy with his base runner.
Cardinals in a baseball right there. Do not make the last out of third.
So we go to the bottom half of the sixth. Bears trailing this one 5-3. You're watching Bears baseball on the UPIKE Sports Network presented by Appalachian Wireless.
Like a battle cry, where I was born, where I was raised. So when I die, take me to Texas on the open range. The Rio Grande is in my veins. It's heaven there, and so my prayer is that you'll take me anywhere in Texas, the only home I know. I'm a child of the Alamo and the yellow rose. So when I go, take me to Texas, where my daddy worked, where his blood and sweat and tears are still in that red dirt. Our Palominos run, cowboys are kings, and if I stray too far, I'll let my Lone Star dreams take me to Texas on the open range.
Welcome back to the Johnny. We go to the bottom of the sixth inning. Bears trailing this one 5-3. And Michael Swells throwing out his third runner, attempting to steal in the last two games.
Yes, absolutely. He's been really throwing the ball well, and I mean that's what you do. You shut down the run game, and you saw two of the guys that I think he's thrown out three today. In the last two, you saw Coach Thompson very upset because I don't think he sent them. I mean, you saw J.T. Morgan get thrown out at second, and he was pretty much out by a mile. And then you saw there's no way he was getting sent there because, like we mentioned before we went off, is you don't do it. Because there's no reason. You already got a guy in scoring position at second base, and there's no reason to bring him over to third base. And Coach Thompson did not enjoy that.
So Bayo does not have an official plate appearance today. He's walked. I think he may have been hit by a pitch, too, or unless he's walked twice.
I think he did get hit. I'm pretty sure.
He scored a run on the afternoon, too. Yes, he's been hit and walked. Baseball popped up on the third base side, and baseball is going to get out of play.
So it makes it a 1-2 count now on Bayo. But yeah, if you're the Bears, you only got 6 more outs, so you really got to make something happen here. We're still only down by 2, and you got a chance, but Armour had a great inning in his first inning, and now he's got another chance to have a good one.
So 1-2 delivery coming up to Bayo. Off-speed pitch, missed a high and outside. Even at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Yeah, there's somebody in the bullpen right now trying to see if I can get a number.
Baseball fouled off. Sammy Torres waits on deck for the Bears.
I think it's number 5 is warming up for the Wildcats. That would be Danny Lara if he would be. It's definitely a single-digit number. It looks like number 5.
2-2 delivery to Bayo. Swung on and missed. Made the first out here in the 6th. For the Bears to bring up Sammy Torres. Torres 1 for 2 on the afternoon. Houck will follow Torres.
I think it was his last at-bat where he had that hit in the gap over here. They ended up bringing in another run.
Off-speed pitch swung on and missed from Torres. Again, first pitch at bat, you see him chasing a curveball. That's not where it's not really good plate discipline. You got to be looking for a fastball until you get that strike. Fastball high.
Yes, so Torres did not get the RBI, but it was DeMarco Miller on deck ended up getting that RBI.
So it's a 1-1 count on Torres. Fastball outside, 2 balls and a strike. Breaking ball swung on, popped up. Second baseman Osborne will call for it and squeeze it for the second out of the inning.
One thing you have seen from Bethel is they've been very clean defensively. And unfortunately for the Bears, with them not being clean defensively, it makes it even harder hitting because you got to get base hits, you got to put things together, and they just haven't been able to do so, except for the one inning so far today.
First pitch to Houck's fastball called strike one.
And Bethel has
Houck's
some
0
good
for 1.
pitchers.
I mean, Houck's 1 for 2. He did have really good pitching so far. Been ring impressed with the arms. Fastball outside corner, strike 2. Houck had the 2-run single down the right field line last time.
Yeah, and I apologize. It was not Miller on deck. It was Houck, but nonetheless, Torres did have that base hit.
And he swung on a miss for out number 3. And Houck is retired. We'll go to the 7th, and the Bears trailing this one 5-3. You're watching Bears baseball on the UPIKE Sports Network, presented by Appalachian Wireless. Welcome back to the Johnny. We're in the 7th inning. Bethel leading this one 5-3. So this will be 4, 5, 6 for the Wildcats. Beecham, Vega, and Aristrud. Beecham on the afternoon, 1 for 2. So Fernandez will be pitching in his 2nd inning of the afternoon. He got 1 out there in the 6th.
Need to go into the bottom of the 7th down by 2 runs.
Fernandez rocks, fires, fastball miss high, even a count of ball and a strike.
So we see another guy getting loose over there for Bethel, somebody that was different than the other guy that was already getting loose. So I'll be curious to see if Armour stays out there or if they bring in somebody to try to get the save.
Run the count to 2 balls and a strike. Breaking ball, strike 2. Now Fernandez got a little bit more control of his breaking ball today. 2-2 count on Beecham. And hitting.
Second time Beecham's been hit today, and both times wasn't a clear hit. It wasn't a clean hit. He got hit both times, but we didn't see it, and that's how much it probably just kind of brazed his jersey or maybe got him a little bit in the elbow. But
bring up the catcher Vega for 3 here in game number 2 of the series. Shows bunt, breaking ball, outside, ball 1. Bayo was crashing hard from 3rd. Down the first base line, Fernandez will field, going to Houck for the first out here in the 7th. So Bethel is going to be playing for an additional run here in the bottom of the top half. Bring up the shortstop Aristrud, who is 0 for 3. 0 for 3.
yeah, so good job. Once again, they have been solid bunting the baseball, and that you can't always say that about some teams. It seems like an easy thing to do, but it's definitely not.
Ball 1 as a pitch missed inside. They thought he may have swung. They checked with the umpire and they said no, he didn't. So 1-0 delivery upcoming from Fernandez. Breaking ball swung on and missed. So 1-1 upcoming from Fernandez. Gets his sign from Swales. Check his runner. Fastball will be fouled off. So 1 ball, 2 strike hitter on the 1 ball, 2 strike count, on the hitter. Got an out here in the 7th. Bears trailing 5-3. Breaking ball, strike 3. Fernandez will punch out the shortstop for the second out of the inning here in the 7th. That's a big out. That'll bring up Hawkins, who re-enters the game. They hit for him last time. First pitch, Fernandez, strike 1. So nice job by Fernandez to respond there after hitting Beecham. Checks the runner. Fastball swung on and missed. Fernandez starting to settle in.
Yeah, it's a big pitch. Hawkins has been on today. He had that bunt base hit earlier in the game.
You mentioned also putting up a 0 here. The Bears are 1 pitch away from putting up a 0 here in the 7th. And there it is. So Fernandez will respond back-to-back strikeouts, and they put up that 0 in the 7th inning. And the Bears will have 1 more shot to score 2 runs, and it will be 8-9-1 to Markel Miller, Mikey Swales, and Tyler Freeze. You're watching Bears baseball on the UPIKE Sports Network, presented by Appalachian Wireless. Welcome back to the Johnny. We're going to the bottom of the 7th inning. The Bears looking to tie the game at least, or win the ball game here in the bottom of the 7th. Again, it'll be Miller, Swales, and Freeze. Miller 0 for 2 on the afternoon.
Yeah, so 2 things quickly. Armour is back out for his 3rd inning of work, and we have seen the Bears. I don't think they actually, they've been really solid in the bottom of the 9th, or bottom of the 7th, bottom of the 9th so far this season, or whatever on the road. We saw it against Alice Lloyd on Wednesday afternoon. They were down 8-6, and they did come back and tie that one. Now, they did go on to lose, but they've been very solid when it comes to crunch time.
So that pitch missed high. It run the count to 2 balls and no strikes.
I think part of that is the dugout gets more into it, and could that happen a little bit more throughout the game? Yes, but it is good that they're able to come up when they need to, as it's 3-0.
That pitch missed outside. Mikey Sales waits on deck. Definitely going to be taken here, down 2 runs. Fastball, strike 1.
Yeah, now if you're Miller, you got to be ready to let it fly, but you got to make sure it's your pitch to hit.
3-1 delivery. Pitch up high, called strike 2 though. And Dr. Marco Miller did a nice job by the hitter. He said it's my apology because he turned and flung the bat like he thought it was ball 4. He told the umpire, my apologies. It's a good job heard to Marco Miller.
Yeah, I'm telling you, umpires do not like that.
3-2 delivery upcoming from Armour. Pitch missed high that time, and then Marco turns around and makes sure that time for ball 4. We're going to have a pinch hitter here. Zach Hill is going to hit for Mikey Swales.
If we do get into extra innings, Zach Hill could potentially stay in the game and go into catch for Mikey Swales. We'll see if that ends up being the case, if need be. Haven't seen Zach Hill play in a while. I know he was injured there for a little bit.
Yeah, I was talking today during BP. He said he just got released. He has 8 starts on the season. Appeared in 9 games, hit 176. He drove in 4 runs. On base percentage, though, of .417. Good eye at the plate. Shows bunt, strike 1. So I think that's the reason Zach Hill's in the game, because they want to put the bunt down.
Yeah. Hopefully he's able to get it down cleanly for the Bears.
I don't know if Coach Anderchuk really thought that was a strike. So it's going to go to a dugout warning. So no 1 count on Hill. Hill shows bunt. Ball's fouled off, hits off the umpire. Now runs to count to no balls and 2 strikes.
Now Hill's going to be swinging. Really good job there by Armour to make it tough on him to bunt those balls. I mean, they were definitely not the greatest pitches to bunt, but there it is, 0-2 count.
Fastball missed outside, run to count the ball and 2 strikes. Coach Anderchuk thought that was the same pitch he called a strike earlier in the count. This situation now, really can't worry about the umpiring. You gotta make some plays. Top of the line waits on deck for the Bears. Fastball just missed on the inside. Run to count 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And if you're Hill here, just try to put it in place somewhere. Just don't want to strike out. Obviously, you don't want to hit into a double play either, but at least put the ball in play, make the defense work.
Breaking ball swung on and missed. That'll be the first out here in the 7th.
Yeah, you got to give a lot of credit to Armour there. I mean, not only did he make it really hard on Hill to bunt those baseballs, but he also made them look like strikes enough to where Hill was going to go after him, and then a great breaking ball there, and there's 1 out with Tyler Freese coming up.
So we get the tying run at the plate, and Freese. They have Freese, Kirkman, and Maynard to follow. Kirkman and Maynard to follow Freese.
And really a good job overall by Armour. He hasn't given up a hit yet. He's struck out 3 and walked 1.
The baseball is lifted up. Osborne will call for it and squeeze it for the second out of the inning here, the 7th. Kirkman's reached on the walk today. Stay tuned, folks. We'll have game 2 here on the UPIKE Sports Network as well, as the Bears and Wildcats will wrap up the Mid-South Conference Series. Kirkman 0 for 2 with that walk.
If I'm not mistaken, I believe if the score holds, it's going to be Armour getting the win.
Correct. That's exactly right, because when they left the game, the Bears leading 3-1.
Because you had McKee go through 4, and then they didn't take the lead until the 5th inning.
1-0 delivery coming to Kirkman. 5-3, 5 runs, 8 hits. The Bears have 3 runs, 4 hits. They commit 5 costly errors, especially going back to the 5th inning. The Bears had a 2-run with 2 outs. They had an unearned run. I'm sorry, apologize. So McKee will go 4 innings, 4 hits, 3 runs, all earned. Both 2 earned, excuse me. He had 2 strikeouts. Armour goes 3 innings, 1 walk, 3 strikeouts. So the Bears get 1 base runner, and that was here in the 6th when he walked. Sounds like he hit somebody too, maybe. Anyway, though, so the Bears, and then Polito real quick, 5 2/3, 7 hits, 5 runs, 3 earned, 1 walk. He struck out 7. Fernandez 1 1/3, gave up a hit. He walked 1 and struck out 2. However, the Bears' losing streak will extend to 4, and they've been in ball games. They lose 14-9 on Tuesday, Bluefield. They lose 9-8 at Alice Lloyd. Lose 3-1 last night. And they lose 5-3 here on Saturday. So, Michael, going into Game 3, the final game of the series, what do the Bears got to do to clean things up?
You just gotta execute. You gotta. I mean, 5 errors. You are not going to win many games with 5 errors. I don't care who you are. I don't care how well you hit. But, I mean, even now I say how well you hit, but if the Bears would have hit a little bit better, they honestly would have had a chance to win. So I think they just got to execute better, come up. I don't know. It sounds tough because I know it's not easy to execute, but it really is. You just got to be able to execute better, come up with big hits, and just stay clean defensively, because it's not like Bethel's been hitting the ball. They're hitting extremely well, but they've been clean defensively, been coming up when they need to, and that's exactly what the Bears need to be able to do, because if you think about it, these last 2 games, they very well could have won.
Easily.
And Alice Lloyd, they could have won. Bluefield, Bluefield was really hitting the ball well that day. I don't know if they'd have been able to come out on top with that one, but I don't know. The Bears are not far off, I would say.
No. It's like, so the last 2 games, the Bears were 3 for 21 with runners on base yesterday, 2 for 13 today. So they're 5 for 34 the last 2 games with runners on base. However, the Bears, there'll be about a 20-minute time between game 1 and game 2 of the afternoon. The Bears will drop to 8-15 on the season. They'll drop to 1-5 in the Mid-South Conference. So we'll take about a 20-minute break. We appreciate you guys tuning in to the UPIKE Sports Network. You're watching Bears baseball on the UPIKE Sports Network. Welcome back to the Johnny. We're going to game number 2 as the Bears look to salvage one game of the series. Let me get our live stats pulled up for you folks. Defensively for the Bears, you have Dr. Marco Miller in left, Tyler Freese in center, Noah Helton in right. No changes there. Bayo play third, Kirkman's is short. Sammy Torres will move from the DH spot to second base. Anthony Houck will be manning first base for the Bears. Zach Hill will do the catching here in game number 3 of the series. And the senior left-hander from Paducah, Kentucky, Austin Weatherton, will getting the start. He leads the team and wins this year with 2. He picked up that win on Sunday out at Columbia. And let's see, make sure we get pulled up here, guys. We'll also be joined by Michael Pagano here in game number 2 here. But real quick for the Bears, for the Wildcats. Here we go. Almeida, Osborne, Foster, Beecham, McKee, Vega, Alstrude, Catala, and Morgan. Bayer will be doing Bayer. How do you say that name? Bayer? Bayer will be doing the pitching for the Wildcats. For the offensive for the Bears, Freeze, Bayo, Maynard, Hilton, Miller, Houck, Torres, Kirkman, and Hill. So leading off will be the third baseman for the Wildcats,
I was having trouble getting
Almeida.
the stream back up, but we're good. I got
So the Bears are looking to salvage game 3 of their Mid-South Conference Series as it did in Columbia, Kentucky.
Keep going. You're good. And then move the inning. Put the innings down. Just keep going up. We'll eventually get to 1.
So Weatherton, again, the lefty he'll pound the zone, won't impress you with the miles per hour, but definitely a crafty pitcher on the mound. First pitch swung on, hit toward left field. Miller unable to grab it. And that's something Almeida we didn't see before. He's a switch hitter. He's hit left-handed every single time he's faced right-handed pitching. Faced the left, he went for the right-handed side. Off the end of the bat, single to lead off the game for the Wildcats. I bring Osborne.
Yeah, and one thing about Weatherington is he's been solid. I mean, he's been really one of the best Bears pitchers so far this season. When we saw him start against Tennessee Wesleyan earlier this year, and I know he's had some other solid starts against. I think he got the win at Lindsey Wilson, right?
He did. First pitch to Osborne, thrown. Weatherington will single. Wanted to go to second, but nobody there. I'm not sure what Kirkman is doing. He should have been covering the bag.
Coming up to bat, number 23.
Runners are safe. But Weatherton, going back to what you're talking about there, Michael, he pitched expressively at Tennessee Wesleyan, picked up the win at Johnson University, and then picked up the win at Lindsey Wilson, too. So we back-to-back hits for the Wildcats. They bring up Foster, who hit a 2-run homer in Game 1 this afternoon. And Wildcats are out quickly. 3 pitches, got 2 runners on. First pitch outside corner, strike 1. And you know, Michael, they got 2 runners on, and neither ball was hit hard off the end of the back and then the bat and then the bunt single.
Yeah, and it's tough luck for Weatherington. I mean, he's made a couple good pitches. The one with Olmeda, it's going to happen, but with that one with the bunt there, it's unfortunate because stuff like that can't happen.
No, it
shouldn't happen.
It shouldn't happen, exactly. Also, we got to communicate a little bit better defensively, too. I didn't hear anybody yelling what bag to go to the bag with as well. Foster shows a bunt, puts down third base line, Bale fields, and nobody at first base this time. So I'm not for sure what's going on there. Defensively, the Bears have played, let's just face it, poorly today. Couldn't field the baseball in Game 1, and then here Game 2. This is a situation here.
And you look at it, that's a big reason. I mean, they're 8-14 now. Stuff like that, I mean, people say the little things will get you beat. Now, that's not necessarily little things, but it kind of is covering the right bases. It is little things.
And also, I'll come to practice. They work on this every single day. I promise you, they work on this every single day. Beecham, the first baseman, will step in the box. Bases full, nobody out. Fouled off, strike 1. But also maybe a situation, Michael, where players are starting to press a little bit, maybe trying to make that hero play like we talked about in Game 1. So maybe they just settle down, maybe get a ground ball back to Austin here, go a little 1-2-3 double play and see what happens. If it's no balls, a strike, with nobody out here in the top of inning number 1. Breaking ball, called strike 2. As a reminder of folks at home, this is a 9-inning game. So Bayo's playing on the grass at third. Houck is playing on the grass at first. Kirkman and Torres playing at double play depth in the middle.
Yeah, so the Wildcats right here, prime opportunity to try to take a big lead.
Weatherton's pitch fouled off.
And it's unfortunate for Weatherington because, I mean, he hasn't really made a bad pitch so far. I mean, like we were saying in the first game, Bethel's done a really good job of laying bunts down and putting a ton of pressure on the Bears defense, and they've cracked.
No balls and 2 strikes. Weatherton gets his sign from Hill. Rocks, fires, swung on. Baseball hit to left field. Marco Miller goes back. A ball's off the top of the wall. That will score a run. An uncommon there. You only see a ball off the wall. Long single, only 1 run.
Yeah, and you saw DeMarco Miller there. He thought the ball was gone. I mean, he stopped running after it. And had he kept running after it, I don't think he would have made the play.
No.
He would have had to jump, but it potentially would have been able to not. I mean, either way, I think the run's scoring regardless. And then you even see the runners. There should have been more than one guy get in on that play.
So McKee will step in the box. He pitched game 1. No decision, but he threw the baseball well. Weatherton comes set, rocks, fires. Fastball missed low and inside, ball 1.
So this is where the Bears need to really just come out of it as cleanly as possible.
You get to minimize damage here. Ball in the dirt. Nice job, Zach Hill, to block it. Run the count to 2 balls, no strikes.
And it's tough. I mean, I played for a team for 4 years where we struggled. We weren't the best team in the world. And when you play that first game, you play your heart out in the first game, and then you lose, it can be really tough to come back for that second game and keep that same energy as you had in the first game. And then sometimes it just all falls apart, and you end up getting blown out in the second game.
2-0 delivery coming from Weatherton to McKee. Swung on a miss, strike 1. We've also saw where the Bears have responded, though. You know, back-to-back series, St. Francis and Cleary. Cleary first, then St. Francis, where the Bears will get beaten game 1, come back and win game 2 those weekends. Right now, they're, got to minimize some damage, not really dig yourself a hole here in the first inning. Weatherton rocks, fires, pitch miss high and outside to run the count to 3 balls and a strike. No place to put him.
If you're Weatherington here, you just gotta pound the strike zone, make them put it in play. Don't need to strike guys out. Just make them. I mean, you're still in double play opportunity.
3-1 delivery, swung on, fouled off down the line. Now this is a situation. Of course, 3-2. It's hard to throw a strikeout pitch because if you miss the zone, it scores a run as well. However, if you can strike out the hitter, it's a big out.
Yeah,
you get an out with
absolutely.
nobody advancing. Weatherton will get his sign from Hill. Rocks, fire, swung on, hit foul down the third base line. And we'll do 3-2 all over again.
Yeah, Weatherington just got to let him hit it. I mean, if you strike him out, that's great too, but at least make him put it in play. You can't walk him in.
So we get his sign from Hill. Rocks, fires, fastball miss high, and that was for the second run of game number 2 for the Wildcats. Coach Russell's going to call time, go ahead and talk to his senior lefty. This might be a situation where they're trying to break a little bit of momentum. So it would be Vega, the catcher. So we still got bases full. Still looking for the first out here in the first, though, Michael. And this is Vega's been swinging the bat well in that first. He swung the bat well in that first game, and again, this is a situation where the Not much room for air right now.
Yeah, and if you're Weatherington, I think you just got to try to keep as cool a head as you can. I mean, especially being a senior, you've been in situations like this before. You just got to try to stay as positive as you possibly can. That's not an easy thing to do, but as
Nice job. Bayo will field it, throws on across to Houck. So he'll step on third, so it'll be a 5-3 double play. However, a third run will score. And now we have runner at second base. Bring up the shortstop, Aristude. So the Wildcats have capitalized on their runners so far. 3 here in the top. Weatherton. Nice play with Bayo there to fill that thing with a backhand, step on the bag, throw across. A nice job of Houck to pick that thing out of the ground, too.
And now it's 3-0, and you got a chance to limit the damage as best you can. I mean, obviously giving up 3 runs isn't great, but it could definitely be worse.
Weatherton rocks, fire, ball low, ball 1. Weatherton will come set. Swung on, hit down to Bayo, field it, strong throw across the diamond. He's got a strong arm, doesn't he?
He sure does. I mean, we talked about it. He can play. He's a catcher. I mean, he's got to have a strong arm, and it's exactly what he does. He shows he can play all over the field.
So Bayo to Houck will retire the Wildcats. However, they'll score 3 in the top of the first. Bears coming up. Watching Bears baseball on the UPIKE Sports Network, presented by Appalachian Wireless. Welcome back to the Johnny and Bob. The first hit the Bears. You'll have Freeze, a little different lineup today. Freeze, Bayo, and Maynard. And they'll be facing the right-hander David Baer, 9.31 ERA. This will be his 4th appearance, 3rd start, 9 2/3 innings. 9 hits, 11 runs, 10 earned, 11 walks, and 7 strikeouts. So let's see a little change in lineup. Maybe it sparks the Bears' offense a little bit today.
Yeah, a few guys moving up and down. You got Zach Hill coming in and catching now. So any string that Coach Andrewchuk can pull to get some runs going, that's exactly what they need.
First pitch swung on by Freeze and missed.
Well, one thing we have noticed, sorry about that, but is that the Bears have been good offensively. Not so much in this series, but
swung on, popped up, and Freeze is not even running it out though. And you can't do that. That's not winning baseball, folks. I know we're struggling right now, but when you hit the baseball, you got to run down the line, because what happens? He drops the baseball and it's a fair ball, then they're going to throw you out. So right now, it's just the Bears have got to regain some momentum. They also got to play winning baseball, and that means running baseballs out, making plays. Bring up Bayo, who played in third base, done a good job so far in the first inning. Turned the 5-3 double play, then also had the 5-3 put out. He'll hit from the left side facing Bear. Change up missed high and outside, ball 1. Tyler Maynard waits on deck for the Bears.
And you got to think, it's a 9-inning ball game. It's only 3-0. You got plenty of time, but you do have to pull the momentum back in your favor because it is 100% in Bethel's corner right now.
Yeah, again, I guess the term is you got to play with winning baseball, though. You got to make the plays. Ball 3-3-0. But it's also playing the game the right way, though. Playing hard, backing in the bags, catching the baseball, running balls out. I'm sure Coach A will. He's got these guys zeroed in here just to remind people what has to happen. Fastball, strike one, because adversity is going to hit sometime throughout the season. Every baseball team is going to go through a losing streak. The good teams minimize those losing streaks right now, so the Bears are still trying to find their way. 3-1 delivery. So one gone. Baseball hit the left center field gap. Bayo will have the hit, first hit of the game number 2, for the Bears. Be held to a single, bring up the Bears DH, Tyler Maynard. Give Bayo 3 for 3 on the base pass this year, stealing bases.
So now Maynard with a good opportunity, somebody who likes to go the other way. There's a lot of room over there, but we've seen him be one of the Bears, if not the best Bears hitter so far this season.
Off-speed pitch called strike one. Noah Hill waits on deck. Ball in the dirt. Vega, nice job backhand. It looked like a shortstop on that one, a little backhand.
Yeah, that was a really good job by him. Saves a base there for his team.
There comes set. Bayo on the run. Swing and miss by Maynard, and Bayo will have his 4th stolen base of the season. A perfect 4 for 4. So that was a run to count a ball and 2 strikes on Maynard. See if they can chip away at this lead 1 run at a time.
Yeah, now they got an opportunity. This is where the Bears have needed to be better at, being able to bring in runners in this type of inning. You got a guy on second base, got 2 chances to try to bring him home, and somebody's got to come up with a big hit.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Maynard fouls it off. One, 2 delivery upcoming from Bayer. Swung on and missed by Maynard. That'd be the 2nd out of the inning. And that'll bring up Noah Hilton. Hilton had a couple balls hard in that first game. And now the situation here is runner on second with 2 outs.
I think being down 3-0, I think Bayo's got to go really on anything outside of the infield. And he'll be running on 2 strikes as it is, or running on 2 with 2 outs as it is anyways.
Barrel rock, fire, changeup, miss high and inside. Run the count to a ball and no strikes.
You just got to try to steal a run back here if you can.
Yeah, you get the 0 off the board. It gives everybody to relax a little bit too. Pitch miss inside, ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes. Gets his sign from Vega. They'll agree on the pitch. Swung on, the baseball hit towards center field. Catalo will go back. Squeezes it for the 3rd out. And now retired the Bears in the bottom half in the 1st. We go to the 2nd. Wildcats leading this one 3-0. Watch Bears baseball in the UPIKE Sports Network, presented by Appalachian Wireless.
Hello, folks, and welcome back to the UPIKE Sports Network as we are here in the top half of the second inning. Bears trailing this one 3-0. The Wildcats were able to pick up 3 runs in the first inning, as that's one's going to be hit over to shortstop, and Jared Kirkman, he makes the play. But, yeah, so Bethel got the first runner on, and then actually, here's how it went. Almeida ended up getting a single into left field, and then there was a couple bunt base hits, and eventually Logan Beecham hit one off the top of the fence, and just a few more runs ended up coming in. It was a tough inning for the Bears, but they limited the damage as best they could, and now they get one quick out here, and that one's going to be fouled off by, that is, JT Morgan. Morgan had an RBI in his last game, for the for the Wildcats, as that one's fouled back. It's an 0-2 count. If you're just joining us, Austin Weatherington is on the mound for the Bears. And the Bears also fell in game 1. They lost 5-3, and they're trying to salvage a game here in the series against Bethel. As that one's hit through the left side, and that is going to be a base hit for JT Morgan in the Wildcats. And that's going to bring up number 8, Brian Catala. Actually, excuse me, that's going to bring up Jose Almeida. Almeida led off this one with a single. Ended up coming around the score. One thing we've talked about a lot, me and Gary, is that Wildcats are not afraid to put down a bunt, and they put down a lot of good bunts, too. They've had several bunt singles throughout this series and really put a lot of pressure on the Bears' defense. I wouldn't be surprised to see them keep on doing it. As Weatherington puts that one in the dirt, it's a 1-0 count. So 1 out here in the top half of the second inning. And that one's going to be popped up. Looks like it's going to be Kirkman. A little bit of miscommunication out there, as I don't think they knew quite who was going to be going to try to get that one. But nonetheless, Kirkman's able to make the play, and there's 2 outs. So good job by Weatherington, trying to have a really quick bounce-back inning here in the top half of the second. Gets 2 quick outs. That brings up number 6 for the Wildcats. That is Kendrick Osborne. Osborne had that bunt single in the last inning, and that one's going to be hit over to Kirkman and steps on second base unassisted. And that'll do it for the top half of the second. The Bears with a very quick 1-2-3 inning, a huge bounce-back inning for them, and we'll be heading into the bottom half of the second. Bears trail 3-0 here on the UPIKE Sports Network. Hello, folks, and welcome back to the UPIKE Sports Network as DeMarco Miller is going to lead us off here in the bottom half of the second inning. As Bear throws a breaking ball in there, and it catches the inside of the zone. Miller trying to give the Bears their second base runner as Bayo hit a single in the first inning. That one's outside, ball number 1. That one is going to be grounded over to second base. Miller's got some speed, though, but Osborne able to make the play. And that's going to bring up number 20, Anthony Hauk. So David Bayer getting the better of the Bears so far. That one is taken for strike 1. As Gary mentioned, he comes into this one. This is his 4th appearance of the season, 3rd start. That one is taken inside for a ball. Fouled off, strike number 2. And Hauk swings and misses. That's out 2 now, as that'll bring up number 4, Sammy Torres. Torres playing second base in this game. It's going to be taken downstairs, ball number 1. Bethel already with 5 hits so far in the game. Bears with just 1. It's a 2-0 count now. Inside, ball 3. If you're Torres here, I'd say you're probably going to be taking. Especially with 2 outs, you want to give yourself the best chance to keep the inning going. So that one's taken for strike 1. It's a 3-1 count. So now for Torres, you can hack without much thought. It's hard to swing at 3-0 because if you're going to swing 3-0, you better be getting a hit. But even 3-1's a little iffy sometimes. And that one is taken for a strike. Torres didn't agree with that, and I don't know if I necessarily did either. That one looked to be a little bit inside, but now it's 3-2. So we'll see. Hopefully Torres gets the good call from the umpire after he just thought he was walked in. That one's going to be popped up into the air. And it is going to be caught by the second baseman, and that'll do it for the bottom half of the second. The Bears, no hits, no runs, and that'll take us to the top half of the third. Bears trail here on the UPIKE Sports Network, 3-0. Hello, folks, and welcome back to the UPIKE Sports Network as we are here at the Johnnie for today's doubleheader matchup between your University of Pikeville Bears and the visiting Bethel University Wildcats. Bears fell in Game 1, 5-3. And my name is Michael Pagano. I'm joined by Gary Justice. And Bears trailing here in inning number 3 of game number 2, which will be a 9-inning affair. It is 3-0 Bethel. That one's taken for strike number 1. Bethel scored 3 runs in the first inning, couple bump base hits, ball off the wall, another hit thrown in there as well. And that one is ripped by Foster, and that one is gone. Jacob Foster with his second home run of the day. He hit a big one in game number 1 to tie the game. It was 3-1, and Foster had a 2-run homer and tied that ball game up, and that was a huge part of why Bethel ended up winning it. And then Foster now with a solo home run is now 4-0 in favor of the Wildcats. I mentioned it to Gary earlier in the day was that Foster looks like a guy that can really put a charge into one, and to put a charge into one he has today. That's 2 home runs for Mr. Foster. Foster is a senior for the Wildcats. That's going to bring up Logan Beecham. Beecham was the one that hit a ball off the top of the wall, nearly leaving us here in the first inning. That one is taken upstairs, ball 1. One's upstairs, ball 2. So for Weatherington here, you just got to try to hang in there, take a deep breath, and get back to throwing strikes. That's all you really can do. Upstairs, ball 3. Because if you're Weatherington, you are staying in this ball game because the Bears are not going to want to put in a ton of relievers in this one as he walks Beecham, and Weatherington's just going to have to try to hang in there as best he can because he's going to have to give the Bears some innings. As that's going to bring up number 20 for the Wildcats. Wyatt McKee. We saw McKee start the game in game number 1. He did not get the win and no decision. 4 innings pitched. That one is bunted and it is foul. So now here we're in the top half of the 3rd inning. Jacob Foster with a home run to get us started here, and then a walk to Logan Beecham gets us to Wyatt McKee. One's upstairs. 1-1 count. That one is popped back, foul. It is a 1-2 count. So now a good opportunity here for Weatherington to get out of the inning. Or not get out of the inning, excuse me, but get an out in the inning. Still a double play opportunity for the Bears. Beecham is a candidate to, which he would probably be out regardless. 1-2 count. That one is fouled back. Good job by McKee. That one's going to be grounded over to third, but foul. So McKee doing a good job of hanging in there in this at-bat. Weatherington. Ripped again, foul for McKee. Still a 1-2 count, though, so Weatherington plenty far ahead. That one is taken inside, ball 2. That one is fouled back once again. So Weatherington having a tough time putting away McKee. He and McKee spoiling some good pitches. And the more McKee sees him, he's basically going to see everything Weatherington has to bring him, which is going to give him a better chance to try to get a base hit here. That one's taken inside, ball 3. So now Weatherington forced to have to try to give him a good pitch. It is 3-2 now, still nobody out in the inning, and Beecham over there on first base. That one is going to be grounded up the middle. Good opportunity. That's going to go Kirkman. And that'll be an unassisted, well, not unassisted double play, but it will be a double play. It's going to go 6 unassisted, 6-3. So a good job for the Bears to get the double play, a big, big double play for them. So great job by Weatherington to be able to deliver a strike, and McKee delivers the Bears a double play. And there are now 2 outs, and Yvonne Vega steps into the plate. So he gets ahead on that one, strike number 1.
Coming up to bat, number 11, Luis Aristide.
As that was a single for McKee, or not for McKee, excuse me. That was a single for Vega. And they do have a pinch runner now in. That's Noah Hawkins in to run. So Hawkins is running for Vega after the single. And that one's going to be grounded foul. And now we have Luis Aristide into the box for the Wildcats. So no 1 count on him. Curious to see if Hawkins might try to run here. Might be tough with the left-hander on the mound. That one's upstairs, ball 1. That one is popped into the air and should be out number 3 for the Bears. Kirkman freeze. It's going to be freeze, and that'll do it for the top half of the 3rd inning. No damage done, and actually, excuse me, there was damage done. Jacob Foster did hit the home run into left field, and it is 4-0 as the Bears trail here going into the bottom half of the 3rd on the UPIKE Sports Network. Hello, folks, and welcome back to the UPIKE Sports Network as Gary Justice rejoins us here in the booth. And Gary, Jacob Foster hit a home run, and that's where we stand. That was only 1 run.
Second of the day. You got a hold of that one, too.
Yes, he sure did.
I tell you what, Michael, keep on driving us on home. You're doing a great job. I was listening to you on my way, ordering the team meals. You drive us the rest of the way home. I'll support you and the rest of it. Hopefully you can maybe change our losing streak here.
Yeah, we'll see. As Kirkman fouls that one back.
That's what we do in baseball, right? If something's not going good on a streak, you change something up, right? You turn a hat around backwards, you pull one sock up, pull one down, do something, right?
It's exactly what the Bears did with their lineup. They brought in Zach Hill to catch and moved a couple guys in and out or up and down in the lineup, and they're trying to just find anything they can to try to get something going. As that one was, I believe. So I believe the other one was a ball, so I think it's a 1-2 count now.
Correct.
So Kirkman swings and misses at that one. It's a 1-2 count. Kirkman trying to find his way on base, and he's going to ground that one over to third base, over to Olmedo. Olmedo with a strong arm, but no, it is going to be an error on Olmedo. Olmedo, heck of a strong arm, but he just ran his first baseman right up the line.
You know, and that's the situation there too, Michael. We've talked about this a lot about when you don't dive into first base. That's the situation where you might want to dive. You come in and try to do the tag, and you dive to get away underneath the tag. However, Kirkman hustling down the line beats it out, gives Zach Hill an opportunity to hit with a runner on base.
Yeah, we are actually going to call that one a hit, which does make sense because I think Kirkman would have most definitely beaten that one out regardless of the throw. It would have been close. And now the Bears trying to pull a page out of the Wildcats book and see if they can't lay a bunt down. We did see Zach Hill try to bunt in the last game, though. He wasn't able to get it down and ended up striking out in the at-bat. So we'll see if he's able to redeem himself here.
Especially with the top part of the lineup coming out after Zach as well, Michael.
And it's tough. I don't know how much the Bears work on bunting, but when you actually get into a game situation, it can be really difficult. As he's going to try to steal his Kirkman, and he is out. A great throw from Vega. Throws it right down to his shortstop, Aristide, and that is out number one. So a 2-6 caught stealing, and the Bears lose their base runner.
As like Kirkman comes off, he doesn't think he was tagged. However, when the baseball beats you that much, it's hard for the umpire to call you safe.
Absolutely. So Zach Hill, a 1-1 count. That one is taken downstairs. Ball number 2. It is a 2-1. We were talking about it in the last game. Hill had been injured for a while, and I think you said it was his first day he could come back and play today. As he grounds that one over to third base, Olmedo with an easier time on this one. That's out number 2. I'm telling you, Gary, this Bethel infield has really impressed me over the last 2 days.
I was going to comment on Almeida when he come off the third base. If you notice when he threw the baseball, he kept on walking towards first base. That's what they teach you in baseball, to follow that throw, because you try to stop and throw, baseball may sell on you. Did a nice job fundamentally throw the baseball, and it's really been the difference of series. The Bethel has not committed an error. The Bears have.
So Free steps back in. He rips that one into left field through the left side, so good job by him. Keep the rally alive for the Bears, or I guess start the rally now. We'll see. I doubt he's going to try to steal now after Kirkman got gunned out, and that's going to bring up Eduardo Bayo. Bayo was able to get a base hit in his first at-bat to center field or left center, but so he –
and I like Bayo hitting in the number 2 hole. He's the guy who gets on base quite a bit. He handles the bat pretty well, too. It might be a spot where he stays a good part of the season now.
Yeah, absolutely. It really is a good spot. As that one spiked into the dirt, but a good job by Beecham keeping his glove on it and not letting it get past. That one is taken for strike number 1 by Bayo.
If Bayo's able to reach, Michael got Tyler Maynard on deck.
Yeah, Maynard, one of the leaders in RBIs. I actually think he does lead the team in RBIs coming into today. Yeah, he's got 15 RBIs to lead the team. Actually, no, it's Freeze leading with 16 RBIs. As that one is ripped down the right field line, but foul.
Somebody needs to talk to Kevin Justice, make a little better effort over to catch that baseball.
Seriously.
Who's his father?
You really just got to try to just get in front of it. Put a glove on if you have to. He's putting all those. He's putting all the guys' gear on as you do when you're the first base coach. He's got plenty of room. We'll be all right.
No hold at first base now.
And Freeze runs on the pitch, and Bayo hits it to center field, but Catala is right there to squeeze it. That's been one thing. The Bears have put a lot of good swings on the ball, but they've been hitting them to center field where they are not going to burn Catala, or very unlikely to do so. But nonetheless, it is 4-0 as we head to the top half of the 4th inning. The Bears trail 4-0 here on the UPIKE Sports Network. We're back here on the UPIKE Sports Network. My name is Michael Pagano, and I am joined by Gary Justice as we head into the top half of the fourth inning. The Bears trailing 4-0 here at the Johnnie as Weatherington comes out for his fourth inning of work. And Gary, in the second inning, after giving up 3 in the first, Weatherington really smooth sailed right through and then gave up the homer in the third inning. But for the most part, he's hung in there. And I was saying in the last inning, I think it was the last inning, was that he needs to give the Bears some innings because I don't think they're going to bring anybody else in for a little while.
Definitely counting on him to eat up a lot of innings. And, with that home run he gave up in the third, it was a solo shot. You can live with solo home runs.
Absolutely. As that one's going to be taken downstairs.
As you go back into game one, Foster's home run was a 2-run shot, and the Bears lose by 2 runs.
Yes, that was the turning point of the game for sure, as Catala is up for the Wildcats. That one's taken upstairs, ball number 2. Three-oh count, on Catala, and that one is taken down the middle for strike number 1. As Catala coming into this at bat, he is 0 for 1 on the day. Strike 2.
Nice job of Weatherington to come back. Down 3-0 in the count. He responds with 2 straight fastballs down the middle. Let's see if we can get him.
And he does not. That one's taken upstairs. Ball number 4, and that'll bring up number 1. That is J.T. Morgan. Morgan is 1 for 1 on the day. So Morgan's been solid in the 9-hole over these couple games for the Wildcats. He's really been kind of you talk about it a little bit, you say a second leadoff hitter, and that's been what Morgan is. As he lays down a bunt, good-looking bunt at that, and he is going to be safe. So a bunt base hit for J.T. Morgan. We've seen a lot of those for the Wildcats. And there's runners on first and second, and they are business once again in the top half of the fourth inning as Jose Almeida comes up for his third at-bat in the fourth inning.
In game 2 of the afternoon, makes the third runner who's reached on a bunt base hit.
Yeah, there have been. I mean, we saw in the first inning, Weatherington wanted to go second, and there was nobody there, so that's a base hit. And then Bayo wanted to go to first, and there was nobody covering first, and so some tough breaks for the Bears. Have been struggling defending the bunt all weekend long as Almeida steps in. Almeida led us off with a single.
And he showed bunt on that one.
I'm telling you, they have been great. That must be something they work on a ton. Because it's one thing to just do it in BP. You get a couple bunts down in BP off of a BP pitcher, but it's another thing to do it in a game, and you can tell that they have been working on bunting in-game pitches a lot.
Definitely using it as an offensive whip. They come in the game the series only hitting 3 home runs on the season. I know Foster has 2 this weekend. They're really utilizing that small ball approach, and it's been effective so far this weekend.
And like we said, it's something a lot of teams don't do anymore. I mean, hardly any teams do anymore. And I can see why it was such a big thing in the MLB years and years and years ago. As Almeida takes strike 1.
Which I know maybe on the camera angle we can't quite tell with the pitch and that type of thing. However, there's a lot of jockeying going on between Kirkman and the runner at second. Because now you got to try to hold him close to second because Bayo is crashing. So Kirkman's responsibility is going to cover third base, but he also has responsibility trying to keep the runner at second base there too, because you leave too late, and then the runner's going to beat you. You leave too early, and you leave second base wide open, and he can.
Yeah, and they call it the wheel play, and that is exactly which I don't know if that's exactly what they're trying to do, but it is something that teams will do is they'll bring that shortstop over, and they'll go for the out specifically at third base, and that might be what the Bears are trying to do here. That one's down low for ball 2.
It's also something in that situation. You actually earn that pick off that wheel, too. You can get the runner, as Zach Hill's making a play call from behind home plate, where Kirkman, if you'll notice, I'm sure you'll see on the screen, but Kirkman gets behind the runner, trying to get him to take another step back so he can beat him to the bag. But, however, sometimes that second base, that shortstop will show and go back for a pick because the runner thinks he's already gone.
So Weatherington gets set. It's a 2-1 count. Olmeida's probably going to show again. No, he is not. He's going to ground it over in to the left or into left field, and that is going to be another run for the Wildcats. A good job by Olmeida finding a hole as Bayo was playing close to the bag. I don't know if he'd have been able to make the play or not, but I think he would have been a lot closer had he not been playing close to the bag. And that gives him a single in the left side, and it's 5-0.
You've talked about it, too, on all the broadcasts. If you put runners on base, it puts pressure on the defense. Now, the defense has got to make a decision what to do. And just like in that situation, no runners on, Eddie probably makes that play, but there with the runner on, he's got to cover the bag, do I do here? And so he's closer to the line, and that ball squirts through that 5-6 hole and leads to another run for the Wildcats.
Yeah, it's something you don't think about a lot. I mean, you don't just watching the broadcast, you don't really think about it, but it is. I mean, it's huge. Obviously, where the guys are on the field, it makes a big difference, as that's going to be another bunt laid down by Osborne. I don't think they're going to get him. That's another bunt single. Osborne with a beauty down the line as he comes up a little bit gimpy as well, but he laid down a beauty. I mean, I don't think there was any chance Bayo was making that play. Even with a perfect throw, I think Osborne's beating that out.
And again, it's a situation because Eddie's got to stay at third, where he's got to try to hold the runner because the runner may be coming from second base, got to prepare for a steal, because we've seen Bethel try to steal third during this series, but now the hitter is seeing him, staying close to the bag, so it just lays down a bunt base hit, and now they have bases juice. Nobody out here in the fourth, leading this one 5-0. And Foster up, he's already hit 2 home runs today.
Yeah, and this is the second time that they've had bases loaded in basically all on bunt base hits for the most part.
Good point.
I mean, they've just been eating the Bears alive with the bunts so far in these 3 games. So, yeah, like you said, Foster comes up, 2 home runs already today, 1 in this game as he takes that one down low, and that just forces the Bears. It looks like they're going to be crashing everybody up. So they're going to be going all in on getting that runner out of home, because usually you would play the middle infield back, but they even have the middle infield in. So now this gives your hitter, though, a great opportunity to poke one, bloop one in somewhere, as that's ball number 2. So similar to when, obviously it wasn't we're not in the World Series, but Luis Gonzalez in the 2001 World Series, they played everybody in, and Luis Gonzalez blooped one in on Mariano Rivera, and they won the World Series on that play. Much different situation, but similar philosophy on the field. As that one's taken down low, that is ball 3. So now if you're Weatherington, even if you got to give him a cookie, you got to give him a pitch to hit.
No place to put him. He's exactly right. It's a ball 4, another run scores.
Because that's another, what I would call a cardinal sin of baseball, is don't walk somebody in. So that one is taken down the middle. It is 3-1 count now on Foster. So now Foster is licking his lips, and he's getting ready to take a big hack at one. Or take ball 4. As they have Beecham, who hit one off the wall earlier in the game, on deck as well. And that one is hit. So Bayo. Bayo's going to go home, but is going to get under Hill. Hill blocked it, kept it in front of him, but it squeaked just far enough away from him. And so Foster's going to get on the fielder's choice, and it is going to be believe it'll be an RBI for Foster. So it's a tough break for the Bears. A good job by Bayo, just wasn't a perfect throw, and Hill was able to block it, but just not able to get his foot on the bag and with the ball.
And you'll see a lot of infielders now. They want them to make that play. They want to throw from underneath the elbow, underneath him, shaking the baseball, and get the elbow on top and throw it straight. Bayo threw the baseball, kind of dove on him into the dirt. Now it's 6-0. Base is still juiced.
And I wouldn't say that's an error for Bayo. It's just tough luck.
So we got some action going in the bullpen for the Bears. I'll try to pick up a number for you guys. It's a right-hander. That might be Jacob Hawkins.
So, yeah, like you said, we do have a runner getting set as Beecham swings and misses at that one. It's an 0-2 count.
I'm thinking that's Jacob Hawkins. He's a freshman from Tennessee in the pen. I'm not for sure, but just tell him by his mechanics that's who it is. Threw the baseball well out of Lindsey Wilson last weekend.
I've yet to see Hawkins throw.
He came in through 4 innings in relief of Polito in Game 2.
So Weatherington, nobody out still bases loaded, and Beecham's going to hit that one in the right field. Helton's going to be able to get it, but it's going to be a sacrifice fly, and there's one out, but it's now 7-0 Bethel. So that splits the runners. Now we got runners at first and third.
And here, Michael, I wouldn't be surprised to even see a bunt here. 7-0. You got runners at first and third. The Bears defense have struggled defending the bunt. It's almost like, why do you go away from it? This is McKee, the right fielder. Again, he pitched game 1. Weathered a rock on fire, swung on, hit into the Bears dugout, way out in front of that one. As Weather Boy will get up on the count, no balls and a strike. Do got an out here in the top of the 4th. Bears trailing this one 7-0, in danger of this one getting away from them. Got to keep on throwing strikes here, though.
So now we got an 0-2 count here on, that is, I believe it is McKee, yes. So
here's we always talk about just getting outs, but the situation here, Michael, no balls and 2 strikes. If Weather Boy's got a strikeout pitch throw right here, try to get an out without any runners having an opportunity to advance.
But the double play is now in play for the Bears. I guess it would have been in play regardless in the bases loaded, as he gets a good piece of that one. That's going to be another sacrifice fly and bring in another run for the Wildcats. It's now 8-0. So a good job by McKee, knowing what he needs to get done and getting it done. That was one of my favorite times being a hitter, is knowing pretty much anything I did, I would get an RBI. Especially if you hit a sac fly, it doesn't even count as an at-bat.
Again, that was a no ball, 2 strike approach there, and he just shortened up, put the ball in play, drove a run in. And the thing about it, Coach Russell is going to talk to Weather Boy, and he's going to go to the pen. We'll see who this is coming out. Again, I think it's Jacob Hawkins. I'm not positive, but let's see here. But however, I thought Weather Boys threw the baseball pretty well today. Just the bunt singles, they use it as an offensive approach. And I don't know if they saw something in scouting the Bears, or if that's just their MO for this season. But now Bethel's definitely used a bunt to their advantage today.
I'll tell you one thing. Coach Onderchuk is going to be hammering home bunt defense for the rest of the season. That's something that some teams don't work on a ton. Other teams work on it a ton. And it's not even necessarily bunt defense for, like, set plays. It's just being able to field the bunt and throw it over to first base and make a play. I mean, now some of them, they're going to be bunt base hits regardless, but some of them you could have made the play.
I'll tell you what, Jacob Hawkins, a freshman out of Tennessee, had an opportunity out in Columbia to beat his mom and grandmother. Great people. I know they tune into the UPIKE Sports Network quite often. We definitely want to say hello to them. Jacob threw the baseball extremely well. I said game 2 in relief of Polito last weekend. It was actually game 1. It was on Saturday in relief of Ty Craw. Threw 4 innings in that game and threw the baseball extremely well. He's had limited appearances for the Bears, but a bright future for the young man. Came in throwing strikes in Columbia. That's what he's got to do now. He got a runner on first base, 2 outs here in the 4th. Opportunity to come in, just throw some strikes and earn some more innings for the rest of the season, though, too.
Yeah, and if you're Jacob Hawkins, that's exactly what you're out there to do, is just eat up innings. I know we said that with Weatherington, but now Weatherington is out. And so if you're Hawkins, I mean, I know there actually is somebody out there already getting loose, but I think if you're Coach Andrewchuk, is you want Hawkins to be able to get as many innings. It's 8-0. You need somebody to give you some innings, but also you obviously want somebody to give you some effective innings.
I think there what happens is you got two pitchers that are tossing right now just in case. Jacob, he had limited appearances for the Bears so far this year. This is just more of a just in case, I believe. I have a lot of confidence in Jacob. He'll try and get the job done. But going back to the practice this week, I'd say you're right, because the Bears will have a midweek game at Milligan, Tennessee, or down in Milligan playing the Buffaloes, and have another Mid-South Conference series here at the Johnny X weekend. I say the bunt defense will be a topic of discussion quite often this week.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is the 4th appearance for Hawkins. 6 2/3 innings for him, so he'll be coming in and trying to clean up the mess for the Bears. 2 outs, though, and now just a runner on first, and that has Vega now up at the plate, Yvonne Vega. as he swings and misses at that one, strike one.
Something I noticed about Jacob, too, hides the baseball extremely well when he throws it. Also got pretty good pop on it, good arm whip as well. It has pretty good velocity for his frame.
As that one is grounded off of Vega's foot, and that does not feel good if you're Vega. Especially, I don't know if he had that off of his left foot or his right foot.
It looks like he's left. I believe Michael is holding.
It's amazing. You got the
shin guard
protector on and everything. And some of them, they'll have a little foot thing on there, but it doesn't seem to be the case for his. It doesn't look like it would hurt that bad because it's usually, like, it doesn't seem like it would, but it hurts a lot worse than you'd think.
So Hawkins come in, first 2 pitches, 2 strikes. Has an opportunity to. Now the Bears pitching got a lot of zeros up. The Bears offense will have 6 cracks in order to make it this 8-run deficit, but we got to put up a 0 here.
Yeah, so they have 4 runs so far in this inning due to the Wildcats. And most of the runs have been earned.
And I also would say this, as far as there hasn't been too many baseballs who got out of the infield and scored the 4 runs.
So there was the 1 error at home by Hill. But other than that, yes, all 8 runs have been earned, actually. As that one is taken down low. Good block by Hill.
Again, Hill is very active. Looks like Swell's very active behind the plate. Creates himself a good angle with the chest protector, but then hops on the baseball. And Zach has a good arm as well. Of course, Swell's thrown out 3 base runners this weekend, too.
Over there at first base is Foster. And that one is going to be taken. That is strike number 3, so Jacob Hawkins gets the Bears out with no further damage done, but 4 more runs by Bethel gives them a big 8-0 lead as we head into the bottom of the 4th inning. We will be back here in just a few moments on the UPIKE Sports Network. Hello, folks, and welcome back to the UPIKE Sports Network. My name is Michael Pagano, joined by Gary Justice. As we head into the bottom of the 4th inning, Tyler Maynard going to lead the Bears off as now the Bears just need to try to chip away as best they can, but they need to start now.
You can't hit an 8-run home run. You just got to go 1 run at a time.
As that one's taken upstairs, so Bear back out for his 4th inning of work, and I would think if you're Bethel, and as soon as I say that, they do have somebody warming up, I would think if you're Bear, probably can. I mean, just give a few more innings for the Wildcats.
I think it's Ryan White in the bullpen.
As that one's taken for strike. That was another guy. I knew it was either going to be Bear or White. We had seen that they were the other 2 that have started games this year for Bethel other than Santa and McKee. And that one's going to be fouled off by Maynard, probably off the knob of the bat. It's a 1-2 count.
So they got in on his hands pretty good.
So now if you're Maynard, you just want to just do anything you can to get on base. That one is going to be taken, strike 3. That is 1 out for the Bears.
You like to see an opportunity here with 2 strikes to battle a little bit more there, but again, a tough weekend, and so needs some positive things to happen right now. That's the momentum. You got to sit there and try to change as much as you can, get a base hit here, string a few base hits together to get a few things going.
Absolutely. I mean, especially when you're down like this, you do need as much momentum as you can. Just at least have the belief that something can go right. So Noah takes ball number 1. That one is taken inside as well. They are going to give Noah the hit by pitch. Once again, I don't know where it would have got him, but it got him somewhere. So that's 8, I think, on the year.
I think you are correct. You are. His 8th time being hit by a pitch.
That's in limited action, too.
This is his 12th start of the season. So he's been hit 8 times in his 12th start. It's hard to imagine almost average 1 per game.
It's crazy. But anyways, that brings up DeMarco Miller. That one is taken downstairs, strike 1. If you're Helton, you just got to hope wherever you get hit, doesn't hurt that bad. That one is taken for strike 2, so it's an 0-2 count now on Miller.
Haven't quite seen the record book as far as the hit by pitch. I don't know if that's actually an official stat we've kept over the years, but now Hilton in his 3 years, he'd be climbing the charts pretty quickly, I promise you that.
So Miller trying to hang in there as he's down 0-2, and he is going to take strike number 3. That one looked like it was on the outside corner. And if you're the Bears, you got to be up there hacking. You can't be taking strike 3.
That's really this in this 4th inning has been kind of discouraging of their at bats. Haven't seen a lot of fight at the plate there. Has struck out twice, both times looking, get 2 strikes. Anything close, you got to fight that baseball off to extend the at bat.
As that one's taken by Houck, strike number 1. So Bears putting it there. The Bears just need to hit it. That one is upstairs, ball number 1.
Yeah, you want to see fight out of the Bears here. They've done a good job this year to fighting and overcoming some deficits. But so far, the at-bats have been not very encouraging. And, again, we take the pitch right down the middle of the plate, and they down the count of 1 ball and 2 strikes, I believe.
Yeah, so it's 1-2 now on Houck. That one is going to be hit over to third base, and Olmeda's just going to go over to second base, get the fielder's choice. That's going to be a 5-4 putout, I do believe. And that'll do it for the bottom half of the 4th inning. The Bears trail 8-0 here on the UPIKE Sports Network. Hello, folks, and welcome back to the UPIKE Sports Network. as Jacob Hawkins is going to come out for his first full inning of work for the Bears.
Come in and face one batter, Michael, and struck that kid out. Again, he's starting to earn himself some more innings. Looked good in Columbia, and his first hitter here.
I mean, if you're somebody like Hawkins, you take every appearance you can get, especially as a freshman. I know it's 8-0, and it's not necessarily the appearance you want, but I mean, you got to work your way up somehow.
You know, it's something also talking to his mom and grandmother. Of course, he had, during his high school career, had COVID, and also had an injury. So there's a lot of things. He's still got a lot of development to do. And he's throwing strikes. So, again, he had one entire season canceled due to the COVID pandemic, another season where he was hurt. So he hasn't had a lot of opportunity to play baseball in a couple of years.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate. And just I think about how the high schoolers in the college have just been dealing with it. I got lucky. I got out just the year before everything went down, and just
because you look at Jacob's frame, again, he's a tall kid. I don't know, he's what is he, 6?
They have him. We have him listed at 6 foot, 140.
Is that Caleb? Is that Jacob?
Jacob Hawkins, yep. As that one is going to be hit into left field for a base hit.
Looks taller on the mound than I thought he'd be 6 foot, but anyway, he's long and lanky, hides the baseball extremely well and throws strikes. So the upside on him is very excited about him, but also throws strikes and he'll get a base hit. But like we're talking about, throwing strikes and letting the defense at least make a play.
So that puts, I believe that was Aristude on first base. And that's going to bring up Catala, and Catala is going to hit that one foul down the left field line.
Comes in and continues throwing strikes, though. Now if you can get a situation where maybe get a ground ball and get a double play.
Catala is going to hit that one past Kirkman over there at short. Now that's going to be another base hit, and they're going to bring in Aristude, and he's going to go for second, and he is going to be safe. So give Catala a hard-earned double there, Gary. I mean, that you want to talk about thinking second out of the box. That is exactly what he does, because 99% of runners do not get a double on that.
You know, that's the thing there. One, you like to see Kirkman maybe take another step over to get in front of the baseball, trying to, instead of backhanding. But you can see the difference. We talked about the at-bats in the bottom of the fourth of the Bears, kind of lackluster. And here in the top of the fifth, they come out playing hard, hit the base hit, and then one, Catala, like you talked about, out of the box, thinking double.
And if you're Bethel, I mean, you got to stay on them. I mean, you can't get complacent, and they have not been complacent so far in this inning. So JT Morgan at the plate now. He takes strike one. So Morgan with another great opportunity as the 9-hole hitter to get some RBIs. That's one thing, is Bethel top to bottom have been really solid.
They look better than a 3-6 ball club that came in Friday.
Yeah, absolutely.
And now they're 5-6.
As he's going to rip that one down the left field line, and that is foul.
They are swinging the bat with confidence right now.
So Aristude at third base and Catala's at second base. I mean, that's what happens. I mean, people say shooting's contagious and whatever, but, I mean, hitting's contagious. I guess you could say a lot of things, but that is definitely true. Once you see your teammates getting some hits, you're going to feel confident, and you get a hit or two, you're going to feel like you could do anything up at the plate, and that's exactly what Bethel feels like right now. So here comes the 0-2, and that one is going to be taken inside, but off of maybe a wrist or the hand or something, and that is going to be another base runner for Bethel, and that's unfortunate for Hawkins. It's tough to give up a hit by pitch on an 0-2 pitch.
Yeah, it looked like he tried a little breaking ball inside there, got a little too far inside. That's going to bring up the top part of the lineup, though.
And that loads the bases for Almeida.
And the bullpen, they're signaling they're ready. Got a lefty out there throwing. I think it's A.J. Miller throwing for the Bears right now.
Looks like there's also a righty getting warm out there as well. So Almeida takes that one downstairs, ball number one. As the wind continues to pick up here at the Johnnie. Hasn't been too bad today, but we've had some gusts, that is for sure. So Hawkins trying to work out of the jam here, see if he can't get a ground ball. Once again, the Bears are going for the out at home. That is taken outside, but Hawkins got to give him something to hit. It's a 2-0 count.
A lot of encouragement still coming out of the dugouts for the Bears, though. Tell him to trust your stuff, go at him.
There it is. That is a strike. Good looking pitch there on the outside corner. It's a 2-1 count. Old Maida takes that one inside, just inside. 3-1. It's a pretty good looking pitch there from Hawkins, but doesn't get the call. So once again, if you're Hawkins, you just want to give him something to hit. There it is. That is a swing and a miss there. It's a 3-2 count.
Big pitcher for the freshman.
And if you're the Bears, you want to try to – you're already down by 8. You can't really give up too many more runs and try to keep yourself in the game. That one's fouled back by Olmeda.
Oh, I've seen a helmet like this. You look at Almeida's helmet. He's got the chin guards as well, too, but it's on both sides because he's a switch hitter. Haven't seen that too often.
That is interesting. I didn't even notice that. That is actually very interesting. He does not want to take a pitch to the face.
He does not.
That one is outside, and that is ball 4, and Bethel with another run here. It is 9-0 in favor now of the Wildcats. That brings up Kendrick Osborne, number 6, and I think that is going to do it for the young right-hander for the Bears, and it indeed is, as Tyler Russell is going to come out and get the ball, and it's going to bring in a lefty. We'll see who it is. You'll know better than I do.
I think it might be Caleb Dotson, maybe.
I agree with you. I think it might be him, number 32.
Freshman out of Phelps, Kentucky, I believe.
Yes, it sure is. Number 32, Caleb Dotson, 5'10 freshman out of Kemper, Kentucky.
Yep, went to Phelps High School, yes, sir.
And he comes into today.
Maybe his first appearance as a
Yes, it actually is. This is going to be Caleb Dotson's first appearance. And first collegiate appearance ever. Not necessarily the appearance you want to make coming in with the bases loaded, but
it's an
appearance nonetheless.
Yeah, it's an opportunity, even though it's not a pressure-filled position right now to be in. But however, it's an opportunity for him to throw the baseball, show the coaches what he can do. And he's a recipient of the Joe Valentino Scholarship, established University of Pikeville. That's somebody. Joe was tragically killed a few years ago. Played baseball at the University of Pikeville and was very instrumental in the youth baseball here in eastern Kentucky. And so the Joe Valentino Scholarship was established, I should say, because Joe was a transfer from California, came to UPIKE, played for Chad Gassman. So the scholarship was intended for anybody who's transferring from California or somebody who graduated from an eastern Kentucky high school because of Joe's impact here locally. So Caleb was a proud recipient of that, and he's done a great job on campus. He's a great ambassador for UPIKE baseball, too. So I'm excited for Caleb. I don't know if I'm excited about coming in with bases loaded. Here you go. But you know what? Just knowing Caleb like I do, he's going to come in and compete the best that he can. And let's see if he can get us a ground ball and let's get 2 outs.
Absolutely. So Caleb Dotson now in the pitch. Nobody out. Kendrick Osborne at the plate. Run already in for the Wildcats. It is 9-0 if you're just joining us. They put up 3 in the first inning. 1, I believe, was in the third inning, and then 4 in the fourth inning, and now 1 in the fifth inning. Osborne takes that one down the middle, strike number 1. So if you're going to do anything here, if you're Dotson, you got to at least throw strikes. That's the toughest thing sometimes, to come out there and throw strikes. That's all anybody wants to see when you're a relief pitcher, especially in a game when it's 9-0. You want to see them come in and throw strikes.
Caleb is a team favorite, that's for sure.
So he is going to throw that one outside. Ball number 2. It is a 2-1 count now here to Kendrick Osborne. If you're Dotson, you're going to be throwing that fastball now. He went fastball, then he went breaking ball. And both breaking balls were balls, so it's 2-1. That one is downstairs, ball 3.
In the situation, it's when you start talking about a 10-run rule, you got to play 7 innings, though, in a 9-inning ball game.
So if you're Osborne here, you're sitting dead red on a fastball, and he gets walked, and that'll be the 10th run of the game for Bethel. And there's still nobody out, and they bring up Jacob Foster, who has a home run earlier in the game. Also a home run in the last game. Foster is 2 for 3 already in this game. He reached on a fielder's choice and got an RBI earlier on. Also had that home run to left center field. So we'll see what Foster has in mind here. Is he going to take that one off of the calf? And that will be another run for Bethel. And there is somebody back out there in the bullpen, and they're going to wave his hat and say, hey, I'm ready to go if you need me. And they might need him, whoever it is out there.
I think it might be Cody Morton, I believe.
So that brings up Logan Beecham. As he is going to ground that one foul, just foul. Thought it was going to be fair.
He definitely tickled the line there, just foul. Nice job of Bayo laying it out there, because if the baseball's fair, I think he comes up with it.
I think it just snuck past the bag, foul. So good job by Dotson, though, getting ahead. It's an 0-1 count. So Beecham coming out swinging. He is going to swing at that one as well. That one's going to be foul as well. It's an 0-2 count. He takes that one the other way. Might have been a little bit late on that fastball. So now 0-2 count here to Beecham. Bases still loaded. Nobody out. 11-0 Bethel in the top half of the 5th inning. Bethel came out in this one and jumped all over the Bears and have not let up one bit. That one is going to be hit off of Dotson's glove, and it goes over to Kirkman. Kirkman able to make the play and get the runner out at third base. So it's going to be a fielder's choice for Beecham, and a great job by Kirkman. It's going to be a 6-5 put out, and that is out number 1, but still runners on first and second. So it is now 12-0. So that brings up Wyatt McKee. McKee today is 0 for 1. Takes that one outside.
We get the first out here in the inning. Caleb has a relief pitcher come in. He will get that first out whenever he can. And then maybe he can settle in and just relax and throw the baseball a little bit.
That one is ripped probably into the Bears' dugout.
Everybody's okay.
Nonetheless, it is a foul ball and 1 strike. It's 1-1 here with 1 out. Dotson getting set. Another one. That one is 100% in the Bears' dugout. Now it is a 1-2 count. So Dotson with a 1-2 count here on Wyatt McKee. And that one is going to be ripped, and that one stays fair, and it goes through the left side, and there's going to be the bases loaded once again with 1 out. And that is going to bring up, I believe it'll be Yvonne Vega. It will be. So Vega steps into the box. He is 1 for 3 so far in this game. So bases loaded, 1 out after the base hit by McKee. And you got to think
Vega is going to be looking for a fastball, and he takes that one. One strike, 0-1 count. So Vega takes that one downstairs. It's a 1-1 count.
This situation, the Bears really need to keep playing hard. Even though I'm going to say the game's out of reach because baseball's not a timed game.
And that one's going to get past Zach Hill, and that'll be another run in for the Wildcats.
Continue my thought here. Baseball is not a timed game, unlike basketball or football, where you have a finite amount of time you're going to play. The game of baseball, as long as you can keep at bats going.
So it's a 3-2 count now on Vega after the wild pitch brings him in. 13-0, and he takes that one downstairs at his ball number 4. So give the Wildcats another runner, as that's going to bring up Luis Aristude, who I believe started the inning, and that is going to bring up another pitcher for the Bears. So
I think this is Cody Morton, I believe, Michael. If I'd have to wager money, which I do not wager money.
So if it were to be Morton, this would be his second appearance of the season.
I think he had a start earlier in the year, maybe down in Johnson.
He does, yes. One start on the year. He's 0-1 in 2 2/3 innings pitched.
That is Morton. Morton's got that long, lanky frame as well. Young man is just out of the Louisville area.
Yes, Morton is 6'3", 150 from Louisville.
Does a good job with a little glove whip, trying to use that front side as much as he can to throw the baseball. But this is a situation, though, Michael, that the game's getting to a point where it's going to be out of reach as far as the Bears be able to come back and win. However, you got Milligan on Tuesday, and then you got UT Southern coming in here next Friday and Saturday. And I promise you those teams will not feel sorry for you because you lost this series or got swept, and we're down 13-0 this game. So now this is a situation, the opportunity to start getting better. It's when you come in and you got to stay flocked in. You got to be able to field the baseball. You got to have better at bats. You got to run the bases. Got to run balls out. This is a situation to have a little gut check time too. And things are not always going to go your way. You're going to face adversity, and then a 13-0 game is adversity. But however, it's opportunities for guys to come in and get some playing time, extending at bats. And I know Coach Andrewchuk and Coach Russell, like I do, I know that's the message he is extending to the players right now.
Yeah, and one thing, this was softball terms, but one thing Coach Staggs, Robert Staggs, told me, and he said that the MSC is a very tough conference. You better bring it every single day or you're going to get your feelings hurt. And that is a very good point, and that is something that the Bears have got to keep in mind. Like you said, the teams don't care. They're going to come in and they're going to swing the bat no matter who you are. I don't care if you just lost 15-0 or 1-0.
Got a pinch hitter here, number 12.
That'll be Hunter Hudson, the utility player. He's a sophomore from Trenton, Tennessee. Hudson, 2 at-bats on the year. He's 1 for 2 with an RBI in 4 games played. He takes that one inside from Morton. It's a 1-0 count. But, yeah, like you said, it definitely is a gut check time for the Bears. Just at the very least, you got to show energy. I know you're getting beat bad, but just show energy and just continue to bring it. Even if you end up getting run ruled, just keep a high head because there's going to be another game coming around in a couple days. 2-0 count.
Because you can't let one loss turn into 2 losses and 3 losses. And I think that's what's happened this week for the Bears. They let one loss turn into a second loss, which turned to a third loss, which turned into a 4th loss. And now we're down 13-0. I mean, they've really got to be able to steady the ship. You got to keep on preparing for the future.
As that is going to be ball number 3. I think it's a 3-1 count. Actually, no, it is a 3-0 count, excuse me, now on Hudson with the bases loaded. So if you're Morton here, you got to try to put something over the plate. And he does at strike 1. So still just 1 out of the inning. We're in the top half of the 5th. The Bears trail 13-0. And there's a 3-run count for Cody Morton in his second appearance of the season, as he's going to walk Hudson here. That's going to bring up another run. It's 14-0 as it's going to bring up Brian Catala, the center fielder. As we have batted around, I believe it was Aristude was the one that started off the inning for the Wildcats, and now Catala is up for his second time of the inning.
Sam O'Keefe up for the Bears in their bullpen.
If you're the Bears, you do not want him to come in this inning. But Morton is struggling to find the zone, as that's ball number 1. But once again, it's a really tough situation to come into. You're already down as much as you are, and you're coming in, and the bases are loaded. But like we've said, just want to throw strikes. I would assume that probably is going to close the book. Actually, no. It looks like Bears actually just staying loose out there for Bethel.
Yeah, it's been a long inning. So Bear's he's been sitting there for a while. I'm sure he's probably just trying to, even on a warm day, it's easy to sit around and get stiff.
So 1-1 count here for Morton. Another ball looks like it probably is going into the Bears dugout. It's a 1-2 count. So good opportunity here for Morton to try and get an out, as not quite sure what's going on downstairs.
You know, last at bat when Catala reached base, he slid into second base. I noticed when he got up in second, that he was kind of his left shoulder. He kept on trying to stretch it, Michael. And I think on that swing there's something. He keeps on going to that left shoulder. And maybe Coach Thompson maybe think, it's 1-2, it's 14-0. Going to need you for other games in the future. But Catala's going to try to. He sees RBIs. He ducks on a pond.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to stay up there. But yeah, when he went into his last at bat, he got to second base. When he slid in, got into second base, he was really starting to work that left shoulder. Looks like it's still bothering him a little bit.
Wouldn't be surprised if this is his last at bat and he comes out, as he swings and fouls that one back. Might have had another grimace there. Still 1-2.
Hopefully Morton's starting to find the zone, starting to pound a little bit more facing Catala.
That one's downstairs, ball 2. It's a 2-2 count now on Catala. He is 1 for 2 on the day. Like you said, he had a really hard-earned double in his last at-bat. Hit it past Kirkman over there at short, and he just kept the motor going all the way to second base. That one's upstairs. It's a 3-2 count. So for Morton, you don't want to lose him. You had him 1-2. Bethel has really been making the Bears work in this inning. And that's going to be ball 4, bringing another run for the Wildcats. It's 15-0. The bases stay loaded, and that brings up JT Morgan. Morgan is 2 for 2 on the day. That one is taken for strike number 1. That one is going to be hit, and it is going to be a base hit. Morgan with a good luck hit there. Hits it off the end of the bat, but the Bears, Sammy Torres was playing in on the bag over there at second base, and Morgan just pokes it over into the right side gap, and that'll be a base hit.
I believe this is called the never-ending inning.
Yeah, it sure is, as Olmeida's going to step back into the box for the Wildcats as they've scored 8 runs this inning so far. That one's taken for strike 1. Once again, I'd be surprised if Morton comes out. We started the inning with Hawkins, then we went to Dotson, and now it is to Morton. But there is another Bear up if they need him, as Olmeida's going to hit that one over to Torres. Double play opportunity, 4-6, no. So give him the 4-6 fielder's choice, and that'll put Olmeida on. But there are 2 outs. And I do believe that brought in another run for the Wildcats.
Their 9th of the inning.
Actually, it might have been I believe Aristude came in to run when Hudson.
Correct.
After Hudson hit. I believe that was the case. So Aristude gets the run scored. I did not notice that when that happened.
This Osborne's got 2 hits in game number 2.
As that one's going to bounce off of Hill, but Catala stays put over there at third base. So there's runners on first and third, and I think Hill's going to walk out and give himself a little bit of a breather after taking that one. He probably took it off of some body part. Couldn't tell you which one it was. Probably looked up, it was like it was up towards his neck, but nonetheless.
And this is a situation, too. I mean, have to keep playing hard. And I know we said it a couple times already, but I like to see the effort there. Sammy Suarez on that ball hit to the right side. He was diving after the baseball. Good thing still going on there. Just keep on playing. Cody going to be able to throw some strikes here to Zach, and let's get it going. Let's get this third out of the inning and start hitting the baseball.
So that is going to be a 6 unassisted fielder's choice there for Osborne, and that'll do it. But not before Bethel scores 9 runs. They take a 17-0 lead heading into the bottom half of the 5th inning. We'll be back here shortly on the UPIKE Sports Network. Welcome back to the UPIKE Sports Network, as we do have a change for the Bears, as it'll be a pinch hitter. I believe it was Sammy Torres is in this spot. He is. So instead of him, it is going to be Ethan Cernahouse pinch hitting for the Bears. Normally just a pitcher, but he actually has not had an at-bat so far this year. So this will be his first at-bat of the season, and I'm sure you can tell me a little bit more about his playing days before pitching. Garrett.
Yeah, definitely. He come in as a two-way player. He'll probably see him play a little second base when go back out defensively. He'll play a little second, play a little first. I've seen him play third. Really not known as a hitter, though, to be honest with you. I've seen him run the bases a few times this year. Pretty good with the glove, though.
I I'm sure he's not excited that they're losing 17-0, but
No.
I'm sure he is psyched to get it back.
Yes.
As he rips it, and that is a base
Hey.
hit. So Ethan Cernahouse rips one into left field, give him a single.
And he says, Gary, what are you talking about? I'm not known to swing the sticks.
So the Bears with their, I believe it'll be their 4th hit of the day. And that's going to bring up number 2, Jared Kirkman. So yes, 4th hit of the ball game for the Bears. And Bear is still out there, folks, if you were wondering. He's back out for his 5th inning of work. As Kirkman takes that one downstairs for a ball. Swung on and missed there. Kirkman fouls out one off of his leg. It's a 1-2 count. Cernahouse over there at first base. So Bethel does have a pitcher over there warming up as Kirkman rips that one into left field, but it is going to be caught by JT Morgan right to him. Good piece of it by Kirkman, but not able to get into a gap. Brings up number 14, Zach Hill, the catcher. So runner at first for the Bears. And Hill hits that one foul. So it's an 0-1 count. He takes that one inside. It's 0-2 here on Hill. And Hill rips that one over to third base, but Almeida, he's going to go 5-4, fielder's choice, as Beecham not able to scoop it over there at first base. And so Hill reaches on the fielder's choice, but give the 5-4 putout for Ethan Cernahouse, and there's 2 outs in the inning. And that's going to be a pinch runner for the Bears. And for Zach Hill is going to be number 18, A.J. Miller. So Miller in to run for the Bears. Brings up Tyler Freese to the plate. Freese in the game, I believe. He is 1 for 2. So an 0-1 count now on Freese. Takes that one for strike 2. So an 0-2 count now on Freese. And he is going to rip that one over to shortstop, but Aristude makes the play, and 6-4 put out fielder's choice for Freese, and that'll do it for the bottom half of the 5th inning. The Bears don't get any runs, and it is 17-0 as we head into the top half of the 6th inning on the UPIKE Sports Network. Cody Morton back out for his first full inning of work for the Bears. And Jacob Foster will step in for the Wildcats. Morton in the last inning had to come in the middle of the inning. He ended up working 2/3 of that inning. As Foster takes strike one. So Morton will do his best to eat up some innings for the Bears if we're in the top half of the 6th inning. As that one is going to be a strike number 2. So Foster, they say he swung at that. Foster with a home run earlier in the game. And that'll be taken outside. A good-looking pitch there by Morton, but he doesn't get the call. It's 1-2. And he is going to take that one, and it's going to hit him. So that is going to put a base runner on for the Wildcats. It's unfortunate. The Bears have had that happen a couple times today where they've had 2 strike counts, but they end up hitting them. So that puts on a base runner, and that's going to bring up number 22, Logan Beecham. That is strike 1 on Beecham. So a good job by Morton. He's been throwing some more strikes here in this inning. Been coming out and getting ahead of the batters. And that is swung on and missed, 0-2 count. Over there on first base is Jacob Foster. He won't be going anywhere. That is swung on and missed, strike 3 for Logan Beecham. And there's one out, brings up Wyatt McKee. So if you're just joining us, the Bears gave up 3 in the first inning. And then 1 in the third, 4 in the fourth, 9 in the fifth. And it is 17-0 here at the Johnnie. As Bethel is looking to sweep the series with the Bears. So it is a 1-0 count now on McKee. 2-0 count. McKee had a base hit in his last at-bat. .30 now on McKee. Takes strike 1. And then he gets hit as well. So Morton hits the first 2 batters. Actually, 2 of the first 3 batters. He gets the strikeout in there as well, but he hits Foster and he ends up hitting McKee there. And that's going to bring up Ivan Vega, the catcher. Vega takes strike 1. So Morton ahead here again, 0-2. He's gotten ahead of most of the hitters so far in this inning, but he has hit 2. He hit Foster when there was 2 strikes. He just hit McKee. And Vega is going to hit that one up the middle. Kirkman's just going to go over to first base. 6-3 put out. There's 2 outs. So now runners at second and third. That's going to bring up number 11. That is Luis Aristude. So after getting pinch hit for in his last at bat by Hunter Hudson, Aristude is back in to hit for the Wildcats. That one is taken upstairs, ball 1. That one is ripped by Aristude, but it's just going to be a line out to left field for the Bears, and that'll do it for the top half of the 6th inning. A good job by Cody Morton, works to score this inning. And that'll take us to the bottom half of the 6th inning. The Bears trail here at the Johnnie 17-0. All right, folks, we're back here on the UPIKE Sports Network. Going to have a pinch hitter for Eduardo Bello. It's going to be Greg Lyle out there for UPIKE. We saw Lyle hit in the first game yesterday as a pinch hitter. He is going to take that one inside, strike 1. So Bears still out there for the Wildcats. That one is taken for strike 2. It's an 0-2 count here on Lyle. Lyle takes that one downstairs. It's a 1-2 count as we're in the bottom half of the 6th inning. Bears trail big here to Bethel. Bethel looking to even their overall record at 6-6, as that one's fouled off by Lyle. It's a 1-2 count still. Lyle's going to hit that one into left field for a base hit. So give a single to Greg Lyle. Brings up Tyler Maynard. For Lyle, that'll be his first hit of the season. He was 0 for 4 coming into that at bat. So good job by Lyle. Gives the Bears their 5th hit of the afternoon in this second game. And now Maynard steps in for his second at bat, or for his at bat. Maynard is 0 for 2 so far in the game. So Maynard, 1-0 count. He swings on and misses.
You know, that first cut of an at bat, that's what kind of cut you want to see there. Maynard was trying to hit that baseball as hard as he could. See that fastball early, take that type of swing right there.
So 1-1 count here on Maynard. He takes out one for strike 2, 1-2. Maynard coming into today was the Bears' statistically their best hitter. He came in batting .388 with 33 hits and 6 doubles and 15 RBIs and a home run. As Maynard's going to hit that one chopper over, and that's going to be a base hit for Tyler Maynard. as Bear wasn't able to get it. Olmeda wasn't going to be able to get it. So first and second, the Bears get a pair of hits to start off the top half of the 6th inning.
Again, they did this they did it last week against Lindsey Wilson. They're down 10-1 going into the last inning of the ball game. They were going to score 4. They got beat 10-5. However, they was able to use that momentum from game 2 into game 3 for victory. I know they don't play until Tuesday. And you know what? They got the 6th inning to hit. They got the 7th inning to hit. See if you can create a little bit of momentum going into next week.
Absolutely. Or just try to get yourself out of run rule territory.
Even better.
So that one's going to be taken outside. 1-0 count.
Good to see Greg Lyle get a base hit.
First one of the season.
And his dad's in attendance, too. I talked to him before the game, so I'm glad he's here.
Helton swings on that one. It is a 1-1 count. Good-looking pitch there by Bear. It's a good job by Bear to really just stay locked in and just still be able to give the Wildcats quality innings.
Still putting them zeros.
As he'll be looking for his 2nd win of the season on the mound. As that one is ripped by Helton, but it is foul. It's a 1-2 count. Saw Helton hit a home run earlier this year here at the Johnnie.
You can definitely tell he puts the time in the weight room, too, as he came in as a freshman a couple years ago. Skinnier kid, but he's put the time in the weight room. And you can tell he's got the shoulders a little bit wider now, a little bit thicker, and hitting that 4-hole and still showing displaying a lot of power. Hey, off the press box. You know, that baseball is right at the cameraman Mice, and he didn't even move. Of course, he is a football player. I don't know if he doesn't remember he doesn't have any equipment on, though, but he was ready to go, though.
So it's a 1-2 count now on Helton. No outs here in the top half of the 6th inning. That one is going to be ripped up the middle, so another base hit for the Bears is they're going to send Greg Lyle. Lyle is going to score easily as there's not going to be a play by Bethel, and that's going to be the first run for UPIKE. It's 17-1, so a good job by UPIKE. 3 straight hits, and they get a run on the board. So that brings up DeMarco Miller. Marco Miller coming into this at bat. 0 for 2.
Good to see Michael. He was stringing 3 straight hits together there. Score a run. No outs. Let's see how they can put a crooked number up in this inning.
Like you said, baseball's untimed. You're not done until you're done.
Not done until you're done. That's right. And a crooked number, folks, could be a 4, a 7, or a 9.
That one is downstairs. You got to think Bear's probably going to have a pretty long leash here, but we'll see. He's thrown
I don't know. Still got a reliever.
75 pitches.
Still got a reliever in the pen. I don't know. Maybe try to get a younger guy, maybe an inning or 2 as well. But Bear's throwing the baseball pretty well, though, too.
That one is taken upstairs. Ball 3, so a 3-0 count. But if you're Bear here, you want to have a little bit of a positive ending to your outing. If you are to come out in this inning, you've thrown 5 good innings. You don't want to come out on a bad 6th inning. But that is going to be ball 4. And so the bases are loaded here with nobody out for the Bears. 1 already in.
Coach Thompson starting to walk out now. I'm not sure if this is take Bear out or talk, but I see a reliever already walking towards the dugout. I don't know if that was the guy, the protection guy, or
I believe that is.
Yeah.
I think it's number 25 who would be coming in, I believe. 15 maybe. They are going to take the ball from Bear. So it is, you're right. It is going to be number 30 coming in. That's Alexis Rodriguez, who has made 5 appearances this season. He's 0-1 with 3 2/3 innings pitched. He struck out 5 and walked none.
Bear threw the baseball well today. Kept his team in it. Kept on putting up zeros. Just didn't keep them in it. Just kept the Bears at bay. They ended up going up 8-0. Then they had that inning where they scored 9 runs, go up to 17-0. They come back out in the 6th. Sometimes those long innings it makes it hard on a pitcher. You sit there for so long, you kind of lose your rhythm a little bit there too. And Bear come out here in the 6th, but gave up a couple base hits and walked a batter. But definitely, Coach Thompson should be probably very pleased with Bear's outing this afternoon.
Yeah, and it can be tough though. I mean, you go up 17-0. It's hard to just stay focused as a pitcher, especially as the starter. It can be a little tough.
I'll tell you a funny thing that just happened too. So the Bears, I'm not going to call anybody out, but well, I guess it is. Everybody will know who it is. Noah Helton's running the second base, and he was sitting down the bag while the pitcher was taking his warm pitches. Well, the umpire was basically sitting down with him too, and Coach Anderchuk yells at Noah, says, "Stand up." Well, the umpire immediately stood up as well too. So it's almost like Coach A's coaching the base runners and the umpire as well. But this is a situation over there. The Bears are down 17-1. Base loaded, nobody out. He got Houck coming up and Sternhouse after him. See if they can make things a little interesting here. Get a base hit here, just keep on pecking away. Let's see what happens.
So Rodriguez for the Wildcats. He is a freshman from Dorado, Puerto Rico. 6 foot, 200 pounds.
Have a lot of kids from Puerto Rico on their squad.
Yes, they sure do. I believe it is 6.
Have a nice little recruiting base there. However, now the Bears trailing 17-1, base loaded, nobody out here. You got a Houck and Sternhouse, and see if they can keep us going. You had 3 straight hits and a walk to lead to the run.
And if you're the Bears, I mean, you want to make it a game. I mean, you don't want to come in here and get blown out in the second game of the doubleheader. You want to be competitive. So that's strike number 1 on Houck.
It was a game earlier in the season. Georgia Gwinnett was playing Midway. Midway was up 16-0 after the first inning, and Georgia Gwinnett come back and won the baseball game this year.
So that one is going to be hit over at short, but nobody was covering second, so they're just going to get the out at first base, and that'll be out number 1, but that is going to bring in another run. It looked like Aristude wanted, that is Osborne over there, and Osborne wasn't covering the bag, and so that is going to bring in another run because they were going to be looking for the double play. Wasn't able to happen because Osborne wasn't there. So second and third, 1 out, brings up Ethan Sternhouse, who was 1 for 1 on the day, coming in pinch hit, stays in the game at second base, and see what he's able to do in his second at bat.
Again, have an opportunity. He's taking advantage of an opportunity. He got a base hit. Maybe try to earn himself a little bit more time in the field this year.
As Vega is going to take a trip up to his righty and talk to him a little bit.
And also, as the Bears will travel down and take on the Buffaloes on Tuesday, I think that's a 3 p.m. first pitch. My understanding, freshman Ty Yates will be getting the start for the Bears. Be his first start is the first collegiate start, I should say. Freshman at Butler High School.
That one is taken inside. Strike number 1 on Sternhouse.
Yeah, so the Bethel defense is
For the Bears is going to be Jared Kirkman. Bears trying to keep it rolling. 1-2 count. He takes strike 3, and that is 2 outs now for the Bears. So that's going to bring up Jared Kirkman with 2 outs, runners on second and third.
again, so it's the difference we talked about earlier in the game. can't remember who it was it was McKee for Bethel. Had 0-2 count on him. Had a runner on third base, less than 2 outs. He didn't strike out looking. He's put the bat on the ball, flew out to left field, drove him run in. That's the situation there. With 2 strikes, you got to attack a little bit more to get a run in.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with an RBI opportunity as a hitter, that's what you want. I mean, you don't want to strike out. You want to get every RBI in the book as you can.
Well, even if the strikeout is a swing and a miss, just swing the bat. Especially with 2 strikes, you got to expand that zone and really fight as much as you can.
So Kirkman in, 2-0 count on him. Take strike 1, it's a 2-1 count. It's a 1-1 count, on Jared Kirkman. Kirkman is 1 for 2 today in this game. He is going to swing and foul that one back. It's 1-2 on the Bears shortstop. And Kirkman is going to pop that one up, and Logan Beecham's going to catch it. And that'll do it for the bottom half of the 6th inning. The Bears pick up 2 runs, but trail 17-2 here on the UPIKE Sports Network. And we'll be back in just a few moments. The first baseman, Beecham, catching that last one, and that'll do it. Be back here in a few moments on the UPIKE Sports Network.
O'Keefe's in the pitch for us. Get in tight on O'Keefe, our pitcher.
So we're back here on the UPIKE Sports Network, and Sam O'Keefe is in to pitch for the Bears. He's had 2 appearances so far this season, Gary.
He's a young man, sophomore out of Lewis County High School, and maybe some of the folks have watching UPIKE Sports Network may remember he was a high school basketball star besides a baseball star as well. He's actually won the 16th Region Player of the Year his senior year in those finals for Mr. Basketball in the state of Kentucky, but chose baseball as his sport and for his collegiate efforts. He's a chemistry major on campus, wants to become a pharmacist. Very bright young man, very positive young man as well, too. Still trying to figure out his mechanics. He's kind of changed his mechanics once he got to college, and that transition is going a little bit slower than he'd like for it to, but he's a hard worker, and he's definitely got some plus stuff. He just got to be able to trust his stuff and get a little bit more consistent so he gets more innings for the Bears.
Yeah, just a 1 1/3 inning, but he has yet to give up a run, so he's got a 0 ERA for the Bears. His number 13 is going to be pinch hitting for the Wildcats. That is Aiden Morris, who has 14 at-bats, so far this year, but just a single hit.
Young man from California. Again, that's something a lot of kids from majority of the roster is California, Puerto Rico, and Tennessee. A couple kids from Kentucky, but that's the 3 main state of their roster. So let's see if Sam come in and throw some strikes for the Bears.
As that is ball number 1 here on Morris. And then also we saw Peyton New hit in the last game. He is on deck once again for the Wildcats. That is ball 2 from O'Keefe. So we're in the top half of the 7th inning. The Bears would have to put up 6 runs and not give up any runs in this next inning hitting, or else they will get the run rule. So it's a 3-1 count here from O'Keefe to Morris.
Just noticing Sam throws, sometimes he wants to rush his mechanics. That means his leg is hitting before his arm. He kind of drags. So when you're throwing the baseball, he's landing and then the arm is dragging. So what happens is he's going to get everything a little bit more in sync. I actually feel he throws baseball better out of the stretch here, so let's see if it happens here.
Yeah, so the walk from O'Keefe and the pinch hitter coming in is Peyton New. So New, just a freshman for the Wildcats from Gadsden, Alabama.
See if this gives us a ground ball here. Let's go a little 4-6-3 double play if we can.
That one's going to be taken downstairs.
I think Zach Hill does
There's
a
a
great
2-0 count.
Zach Hill does a great job receiving the baseball. Even though the pitch was low, he does such a good job of getting the middle underneath the baseball and presenting it. It looks looked good after he caught it.
2-1 count here from O'Keefe to Peyton New. Oh, New rips that one off of the UPIKE gym over there, and it's a 2-2 count.
Let's see if Sam can lock in here and let's get us a punch out here.
As New rips that one, but right to Noah Helton in right field, and that'll be out number 1. As it looks like we might have another pinch hitter. Indeed, we do. Number 18 is going to be hitting for the Wildcats. That is Rivers Moffitt, a freshman from Paducah, Kentucky. So Moffitt getting his first at bat of the series. Takes that one outside. Curious to see how many of these pinch hitters stay in the game. That one is taken for a strike. It is 1-1 count here to Moffitt. Fouled back. It is a 1-2 count. So Keefe starting to find the strike zone.
Again, if folks at home, if you watch Sam, I'm really focusing on his mechanics. If he gets everything in sync, he's really good. When talking about in sync, I mean both his legs, his drive, and the arm.
As that one's taken downstairs, ball 2. 1 out here in the top of the 7th inning. Bears trail big here against the Wildcats of Bethel University. That one is fouled back. Bethel's going to have a heck of a trip back to McKenzie, Tennessee, but they're going to be feeling pretty good, as they're more than likely going to be taking a sweep with them.
I'm going to say Coach Thompson probably won't mind that bus ride back after winning 3 straight.
So full count now here.
I'm potentially moving to 4-2 in the conference.
As that one is ripped by Moffitt into left center field, and that'll be a base hit. And that's going to bring up for the Wildcats number 6. That is Kendrick Osborne. So runners on first and second, for the Wildcats. Osborne coming into this at bat, he is 2 for 4 today.
I think he had 2 hits in the first game today too.
As he's going to rip that one into right field, and Helton's going to be able to pick it up, and that is 2 outs. Going to bring up number 34 for the Wildcats. That is Noah Miller with the pinch hit. So Noah Miller with his first at bat of the afternoon. Looks very similar to Jacob Foster, but it is not.
I was thinking the same thing.
As he pops that one back.
Sam's starting to follow a little bit of a groove here, throwing some strikes.
So 0-1 count here to Miller. 2 outs in the inning. Runners on first and second. That one is fouled back, 0-2. O'Keefe trying to work a scoreless inning for the Bears. And Miller's going to rip that one, and that one is off of the wall in left field. And that'll bring in 1 run in Aiden Morris. So give Miller a RBI single off of the wall, a long single. Saw another one of those earlier in the game from Logan Beecham. So a great job by Miller, comes in and rips one. So now with 2 outs, it's 18-2 Bethel. Logan Beecham at the plate. So runners at first and second still. And he is going to get hit for the second time, might have been third time today.
So I know it's multiple times. I've lost count there, but
Pretty sure he got hit twice in the first game. That's his first time he's getting hit today in the second game. So that's going to load the bases for Wyatt McKee. As I'm sure Bethel's just about exhausted their pinch hitters.
they utilized the roster this afternoon, that's for sure.
As he takes strike number 1. As he swings and misses, 0-2 count here. O'Keefe trying to work out and limit the damage with the bases loaded. And McKee is going to hit that one. And he's going to hit a foul. So a 0-2 count.
Situation for Sam to hope he can get a punch out. But McKee doing a good job 0-2. You notice the difference there. McKee staying aggressive 0-2. Not looking at that pitch, trying to drive the baseball somewhere, fouling off, trying to extend that out bat. Let's see if Sam can get a punch out, though.
And McKee's going to hit that one over to Eddie Bayo. Bayo's going to play it off of his chest. And McKee is going to reach on what I would believe is probably going to be an error on Bayo, as he was able to block it and body it up, but he just wasn't able to pick it up and either get the out over there at third for the force out or get the out at first.
Again, we talked about angles earlier with Zach Hill and Mikey Swells catching wise. When they get the baseball coming, they'll tilt the chest to keep the baseball to bounce in front of them. Eddie is kind of fielding that ball straight up and down. It's hitting off his chest and bouncing far away from where he's unable to kick the baseball up and throw the runner out. So make it 19-2. Bases loaded here for the catcher, Yvonne Vega. Nice pitch from Sam. First pitch, get a strike 1.
So strike number 1 here on Vega. Vega's going to hit that one off the end of the bat. Will they be able to make it? Cernahouse throws it away. But then they're going to get McKee in a rundown. It looks like McKee is just going to take the out.
Yeah, I think the reason why if the run they did score because the reason he stayed right there was make sure this run was able to score. Well, no, run didn't score because the runner was staying on third. So run. Well, there's was base loaded already. So they should make it 20-2.
So there was the error on. It's going to be an E4 for the Bears on Cernahouse, and then they got the runner in the rundown, and
It's a 3-6 put out there because Hout goes over to Kirkman, and Kirkman just runs and tags him for the third out.
So, yeah, so it would be a no RBIs for Vega, but it's going to be 20-2. And we'll stay with you here on the UPIKE Sports Network as we're going to be entering what is more than likely going to be our final inning for the Bears hitting, as we're in the 7th inning.
I have to go pick up the team's food.
Okay. So 22 here for the Wildcats over the Bears, as Alexis Rodriguez is going to enter his first full inning of work. I do believe it'll be his first full inning. And indeed, actually, no, it'll be a second full inning of work, as Bear came out for the 6th inning, wasn't able to get any outs, and Rodriguez had to work the full inning himself. So Bears in line for the win. And for the Bears, it is going to be Austin Weatherington will be in line for the loss. That would be what I believe is going to be his first loss of the season, if I'm not mistaken. No, it'll be a second. Weatherington would move to 2-2, and David Bayer would move to 2-1 on the season, as Zach Hill comes up to hit. So Zach Hill comes up for the Bears. Bears' last chance to pick up some runs. It's 20-2 in the bottom half of the 7th inning. Hill swings and misses at that one. Some high cheese from Alexis Rodriguez. Some more high cheese from Rodriguez. Swings and misses. That is an 0-2 count. Wouldn't be surprised to see the same pitch here from Rodriguez. And that one will be taken, strike 3. So give Rodriguez the strikeout, looking for the first out of the inning, and that brings up Tyler Freese. So Freese steps in. He is, in this game, he is 1 for 3. Bears have 7 hits in the game. Takes that one upstairs. The Wildcats have 16. The Bears have made 3 errors, though. Brought in a couple unnecessary runs. If you look at the run total, 18 of the 20 runs have been earned. So 2 unearned runs thrown in there. That one swung on and missed by Freese. It is a 1-1 count, I do believe. Swung on a miss by Freese, 1-2 count. On deck for the Bears is Eddie Bayo, who will be hitting once again for UPIKE after getting pinch hit for in his last at-bat by Greg Lyle, as he did stay in the game. And swung on a miss by Freese, and that is out number 2, and the Bears are down to their final out.
Number 24, Eduardo Bayo.
So Eddie Bayo, the Bears' last hope. He is going to take the ball outside. So coming into the game, UPIKE was 8-15. And they'll move to 8-16 overall. And it's going to move the Wildcats to 6-6 overall. So 1-1 count here on Bayo. Take strike 2. 1-2 count here on Bayo. If you're Bayo, you just want to put something into play. You don't want to let the Wildcats strike out the side to end the game. That one's outside. It's a 2-2 count. So 2-2 count here on Bayo. 2 outs. 20-2. That one's outside. It's a full count on Bayo. And Bayo is going to hit that one over to third base. That's going to be a base hit for the Bears. A good job by Bayo, making it tough over there on Olmeda. Olmeda would have had to make a heck of a play to make that one work. So a great job by Bayo keeping the inning alive. That brings up number 7, Tyler Maynard. So Maynard 1 for 3 in the game. That one is taken for strike number 1. 2 outs in the inning. Gives the Bears 8 hits so far this game. Maynard rips that one in the right field. That's going to get down. And Bayo's going to stay right there at second base. So 2 straight hits for the Bears with 2 outs. Brings up number 9, Noah Helton. Helton's 1 for 2 in the game. He had the RBI earlier on. Back in the bottom of the 6th inning, he brought in Tyler Maynard. Actually, excuse me, brought in Greg Lyle. As Helton gets hit once again, 9th hit by pitch of the season. DeMarco Miller comes to the plate for the Bears. So the Bears get the bases loaded with 2 outs, 20-2. They have some work to do if they're going to try to get out of the run rule. Miller takes that one inside, ball 1. If they get there, Anthony Houck would be on deck. That one is taken inside, ball 2. As Miller is going to hit that one over to shortstop, Aristude is going to throw that one to second base, and that, folks, will do it. The Bears fall in this one 20-2 at the Johnnie. Dropped both games today, and they're going to move to 8-16 overall on the season, while the Bears will travel to Milligan University on Tuesday. That'll be their next game, and then their next home game will be against UT Southern on Friday. So Bears fall to 8-16, and the Wildcats move to 6-6 on the season after the sweep today. And that'll do it for me, folks, as my name is Michael Pagano. We've been joining you on the UPIKE Sports Network. And I want to thank you. And for Gary Justice, who also joined me today, I want to thank him. And we'll be back on the UPIKE Sports Network next week. Thank you for joining us.